John didn't know when you wanted to start, or when they wanted to start. We are currently hot.
Taking a big one. Getting somewhere. Yeah.
Your yard looks nice. Trimming up the bushes and mulch and all that. No, I saw him out there. Your wife was out there in the corner. Were you planting? Yeah, that little corner there by the wall.
I don't know. Taking out if you like something, taking it out and speaking at the
because they were so invasive. Now I know why. We have like a big area, not just finding but we almost just
If you want one.
the whole thing over. Yeah, but
It'll help you understand.
next time taking out, I'm going to screw in big hostas.
I got those.
I have tools in the valley.
Oh, I don't have a lot of that.
I have to take trees down. Trees down before they get these stumps on that. We're going to take down as much as we can. One was in the back, sitting on the side next to the house. Just take,
Yeah. 30 seconds.
just take them, because I still have lots more to take out. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about, around the trees
In 5, 4, 3.
Thank you everyone for joining us. I just wanted to set the tone for tonight. What we hope to accomplish tonight is that we'll have the testimony of the people that will be provided for this hearing. This will allow the zoning hearing board to move forward and make a decision. So I would ask if you can bear with my board, they will run the meeting as they should, and we are competent, capable board members here to get this job done. So I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, and what I'll do, I'll turn it over to the solicitor of this call, and we'll set the tone for the meeting. Anything that I missed? Sure. Thank you. And one last thing, for the purpose, we do have a resident who is recording tonight's session. He's doing that on his own. He has been doing this for 10 years at his expense and providing the videos publicly on YouTube. So thank you, Mr. Steelson, for doing that for the township.
The first item will just be a roll call of the members here. Jeff Emberger, board member.
Use the microphones, please.
Yep. The first item is the roll call of the members tonight. Jeff Everett, board member.
Dave Rogers.
John Reel.
The second thing is just a approval of the minutes from the April 11th meeting.
I don't think we have them drafted.
You know,
I think the preliminary draft.
Okay. So with that, you want to take ownership?
Sure, thank you. We're going to continue the zoning hearing on application number 2022-3. It's an application from DR Horton Inc. for a special exception. Just sort of setting out some framework how I believe we should proceed. We have 6 more persons who have party status in this matter, so we'll take them in turn. McCormick, Haidu, Gerald, Slowick, Anderson, and Anastasio. And that's for cross-examining the witnesses that DR Horton put on, any question about any exhibits that DR Horton presented, and then also to present any kind of sworn testimony or exhibits that any of those parties would want to introduce. That would be the time to do that. When that's been concluded, we're going to allow any redirect from the applicant of their witnesses to address any questions or issues that that came up through the cross-examination of those witnesses, and then also to allow any questions of the witnesses who presented their own exhibits or reports and the like. And then we have, we're going to have public comment. We're going to have the board give some consideration to whether you want to set a time limit to that. I'll get back to that issue, but before we get into public comment. And then we have, that'll be Mr. Kohler, Schultz, Steininger, Carlson, I believe it's Knapp or Knaps, Williams, Drummond, and Jones. And then we'll go through consideration of admission of the exhibits from the board, the applicant, Renee Krieger, Karen Custer-Force, and that should be it. It'd be nice if we can get that done tonight. Does the board, have you given any consideration to whether you want to set a time limit for public comment? Some municipalities, some boards do 5 minutes or 10 minutes or the like.
I feel 5 minutes. I'd make a motion for 5 minutes per person, maximum.
Okay. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, so if we could have, do we have Geraldine McCormick here? Good evening. If you could come up to the mic, and then if you could state your name, spell it so we can put it in the record, and then you proceed.
Okay, I am Geraldine McCormick, GERALDINEMCCORMICK. I'm at 2301 Chestnut Road. I wanted to hand these out to you, and I have some.
We can just have you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I think we would like to raise your hand. So the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I just have a few things I wanted to say, and I have some questions. I wanted to say that the woodland area where the 141 townhouses are proposed to be built is home to many woodland animals, birds, reptiles, and native plants, and destroying the woods would eliminate their life source. At the March 14th township meeting, a board member asked if building the 141 townhouses would keep to the rural and tranquil setting of the area. And your answer was yes, and asked how. You said that you would be planting some trees. Well, my question is, how is it possible to remove a woodland area and build 141 townhouses
and roads and added parking areas and plant a few sapling trees and keep it still looking like a rural and tranquil woodland? That's my first question. I have concerns about the increase of added traffic that building this development would create. The speed limit on Chestnut Tree Road now is 40 miles per hour, which no one adheres to presently. It's dangerous trying to just cross the road to get our mail. There have been accidents in which our split rail fence has been crashed through and cars end up on our front yard. If the proposed development is built, there will be traffic, a lot more traffic, noise, and pollution will be created. And according to the EPA, water quality is affected by the development of buildings and roadways. Road construction and maintenance, including the creation of impervious surfaces, can adversely affect water quality due to faster rates of runoff, lower groundwater recharge rates, and increased erosion and flooding. Groundwater aquifers can be blocked from its normal flow by new construction. These changes can permanently reduce aquifers' recharge capacity by compacting the aquifer medium. Some aquifers may take thousands of years to replenish. I'm concerned for our well water. I think everyone here has been a well. I'm concerned for our well water and for the environment, and what the destruction of the woodlands and the wetlands will do to the water aquifers. Our wells may run dry or become contaminated and unfit to use. That's a real concern for us. We don't want the astronomical expense of having to hook up to the city water or public water. I would like to be assured that that's not going to happen. If it does happen, is D.R. Horton and Brook going to pay for the expense for all of us to hook up? Protecting wetlands increases groundwater recharge, which is good for the environment. It improves surface water management, including the reduction of flood magnitudes, erosion, and sedimentation. Chestnut Tree Road floods now with that nice little stream that goes through. That just overflows the street, and it comes all the way up sometimes to my driveway. It floods now. On Chestnut Tree Road, where the proposed housing development road is to enter onto Chestnut Tree Road, cattail plants, skunk cabbage, and fiddlehead ferns are growing there. They're all wetland plants. If you drive up Chestnut Tree Road, you could see where this road is supposed to come out onto Chestnut Tree, where these wetland plants are. My question is it legal to build a road where wetland plants are? I don't think that that's right. At the township meeting, it was stated that some of the wetlands would be used for parks. Well, that would cause impermeable surfaces that water can't penetrate through to replenish the water in the aquifers and change the environment. How and why is this permissible? All the buildings and roads and parking lots, noise, traffic, soccer fields isn't good for the environment. It creates pollution and will destroy the rural tranquility of Honeybrook. Honeybrook Township is known as the headwaters of the Brandywine. And since the year 1789, the meaning of the name Honeybrook is sweet water. I just hope and pray that it remains sweet water and that it won't become polluted by development. And that's what I have.
Thank you. Next on the list is Paul Hyde.
I'd like to request more than 10 minutes.
Oh, well, you're not on it. Go ahead.
Swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And your name?
All, KHYD, 124 Grissom Road. I'd like to request 1 to 10 minutes, if I could.
There's no strict
There's no time limit.
Oh, you guys didn't, you didn't? I'm sorry, I thought I heard you.
That's
Put a time.
That's for public
My
comment.
bad.
But
Did I use this table?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We've got a good presentation.
Can everybody hear me if I don't use the microphone? I don't hear you actually.
Sir, can you listen for one?
Shut up.
No, you.
Just 1 second.
Listen
I was
to
just
the
gonna
order,
say,
please.
You're not under any time limit, just recognize this.
I'm gonna try to go quick.
Folks who want to
I
follow.
actually already nicked some stuff out.
Okay, all right.
So you guys are gonna get some information that you can read at home. Homework.
One other quick point. Just remember that Mark here needs to get everything you say down. So
Mark just yelled at me. Says, I always tells me all the time, so I'll take it first.
So hurry up and say it smooth and easy, okay?
Okay, so why are we here? We're here because of 10 conditions, basically. Some of these conditions I think they met, but I have a feeling about 8 or 9 of them they did not meet. I'm going to touch on a couple of them. So let's go to number 9 first. The natural features and processes characterizing the proposed site and its surroundings shall not suffer unmitigated degradation. Cut down trees, build townhomes, total degradation. So my question is, to D.R. Horton, there was a representative here for D.R. Horton? She's not here.
So,
She's not here.
so we have Jeff Peters, who's here from D.R. Horton.
Okay.
Who's equally capable of answering questions on behalf of the applicant and he's sworn in.
He was sworn in?
He can be, yep.
I have questions for him.
Let's go ahead and, yeah,
So
and
let me
again,
swear Jeff in.
in terms of, are your questions like the environmental resource project, like the ownership?
Well, we'll see.
approvals
See
process?
what happens.
A little bit of each, I guess. There's just general questions.
We'll get this gentleman sworn in, and whoever's best able to identify yourself for the record, and then give the appropriate response.
Okay.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes. Jeff Peters, JDFF.
So, I don't know what capacity you work for D.R. Horton, so I'm hoping you
Why
let me answer some.
don't we ask Jeff to introduce himself? Sure. So you know exactly what he says and everything like that.
Sure, I'm Jeff Peters. I'm a director of land for D.R. Horton, so I run our land, lot acquisition, and entitlements and development team.
Perfect.
I can read that land acquisition and
Entitlement and development.
So when you looked at that piece of property, what, was it anything about that property that made D.R. Horton choose it?
Yeah, sure, this is a great area, you all live here.
First of all, I'm not even talking about the single-family homes or the duplexes,
Okay.
because that's by right, you guys can do that. It's the 43 acres where the townhomes are going to be built.
Sure. We just like the area in general. Obviously, you guys do too, so which is encouraging for us since you're all here. Shows that, we're kind of looking in the right places. It's in a great, convenient area it's got a good school district. I don't know, it's got enough.
But did you look at the sensitivity of the area? Does D.R. Horton, when they go find a piece of property, do they stop, take a step back and say, hey, you know what, there's wetlands here, there's great trees here, there's a nice stream here, let's walk away and pick something else? Has D.R. Horton ever done that?
Absolutely. I mean, those things adjacent to our homes add value for our home buyers.
Okay, so it wouldn't surprise you then that we have a multi-municipal, do you talk to the township also? Like, do you find out from the township, is there any certain areas, like a certain piece of property that, hey, you know what, we really like this property, please look elsewhere? Or you don't even talk to the township until
Yeah, we
this
talk
point?
to townships, we talk to numerous consultants, attorneys, engineers. Before we get this far in a project, we do a lot of due diligence.
So you read our mission? You did?
Yeah, from what
Honeybrook's mission?
From what I understand, a lot of the properties around this were downgraded and downzoned to consolidate zoning onto these parcels.
But they're all single-family homes.
But that's why there's a higher level of zoning, from what I understand, there's higher level of zoning on these properties because it's consolidated on these properties.
Okay, so Are you familiar with the Pennsylvania Constitution, Article 1, Section 27, the environmental amendment?
No.
You're not. So Pennsylvania has, in their constitution,
Objection. The witness
Why?
has answered that he does not know the amendment. So I want to understand the line of questioning that's about to come.
I'm gonna,
I think we'll do I think what we'll do is, this has all sort of been a hybrid trying to get things together. Typically, this would be like cross-examining with questions and then present what you want to present. But I think if we can separate it, that when you're not, if you have testimony you want to offer, you're allowed to do that.
Okay.
To keep this all consistent, just make clear when it's a rhetorical question
Gotcha.
versus a question you really want the answer to.
no, it was. I wondered if he,
I
and
understand.
I bet everybody here doesn't know there's an environmental clause in the Pennsylvania Constitution.
Right.
The board members might not know.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, instead of trying to break this up where you can only ask questions and then you can present your own testimony, I think we're going to try to do a hybrid thing where you're allowed to offer testimony. So that there was an objection to a question, and I'm saying, I think just to.
If you want to talk about that amendment, that's fine.
I think,
Okay.
right.
But whether you
it can't
ask
be a
this guy a
personal
question,
I got
that's a
you.
different story.
Well, ask me an answer, not just your
That's right.
You can't even type it.
Sorry,
One
sorry,
time,
sorry,
come
sorry,
on.
Mark, sorry, Mark, sorry.
Mr. Hyde, you're.
Can I read the amendment?
Yes, sir.
So, Article 1, Section 27, Pennsylvania Constitution reads, "The people have a right to clean air, pure water, preservation of natural, scenic, historic, and aesthetic values of the environment. Pennsylvania's natural resources," that's a big one, "natural resources are the common property of all the people, including generations yet to come. As trustees of these resources, the Commonwealth shall conserve, and maintain them for the benefit of all the people." So, having said that, and this is where I condensed it. There's some of the stuff on the, I only had 4 copies. I was told that only 4, needed 4. You don't know one.
Here, I'll share it with you. Just brings it
I have it uploaded online, so I don't need a copy, make sure.
This is, there's some other information on it.
Okay, thank you.
So the stuff that I highlighted, I'm just skip over that, because that has to do with the multi-comprehensive plan that I'm sure you guys are all aware of. It's really the last page that I'm gonna get at. So,
Let me just, if I could, just quick, so, because we don't have a copy for Mike. What you're making reference to a Honeybrook Township 2018 land preservation plan, and then it looks like it's chapter 1, and you're talking about page. You can say what page you look for. We're just going to put that in the record so that it's clear what you're making a reference to, where it came from.
well, it's on page 24 of Honeybrook's land preservation plan from 2019. So did you realize that Honeybrook did a survey with the Brandywine Conservancy and scored every piece of property in Honeybrook?
No.
No. Well, they did in 2019. The piece of property that you want to build townhomes on is one of 3 properties in the whole township that got a 5. The highest rating you can get for preserving the natural resource priority of Honeybrook Township. So I just thought I'd make you guys aware of that. One of 3. Okay? Any questions on that? Okay.
Does it say that somewhere?
I'm sorry?
Does it say that somewhere in the thing that you just said?
It says it right on the plan, right here. There's 5 criteria, it met all 5. Right there, there's three properties, it met all 5. And that's where you want to cut all the trees down, and that's all I really wanted to say. So, let's move on to traffic. Again, I only have 4, so pass them down. Please share.
We're going to mark that first one. Do I have that, how do you, number 1?
I am number 1, yes. Thank you.
So this is the IPE trip generation,
This-
10th edition, that you make a reference to, we'll reference that as item number 2.
So this is for, and I'm sorry, someone here from traffic planning and design? You were here last week, I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago. Okay, I apologize, I was sitting in the back. So, just a quick question. Where's my notes? So, this letter has a lot of great words on it. You guys' opinion, it appears, will need to be complete. So it really doesn't give the board any facts. So what criteria did you guys use to come up with this letter? I actually called, by the way, the author of the letter. He has yet to call me back in 3 weeks. Because I was going to ask him the same thing. Is what criteria did you use to come up with this information?
Well, the criteria that we utilized to come up with this letter is evaluating, similar to what you handed out. There's a newer version of the trip generation manual that's available in the 11th edition, sorry. Evaluating townhomes with respect to residential uses and knowing how the traffic is generated for townhouses versus typical residential uses. The implementation of townhouses would not generate significantly different traffic than other residential uses. Is essentially what the letter says, because again, we're in a special exception criteria where we're looking at the use. And the letter goes on to state that as we proceed through land development and PennDOT permitting, we would have to perform additional traffic studies.
Bingo. But there's my point. So somebody in their wisdom, when in 2018 they changed the zoning ordinances, made 10 pieces of criteria for a special exception. So to me, for this board to understand what they are going to approve or disapprove, I think they need more than a letter that is opinions and it appears to be, and traffic studies will need to be complete. So if you knew all that, why don't they have numbers? Why don't they have facts? Instead of opinions. This question.
Why don't they?
Why did you give the board facts and numbers instead of opinions?
In my opinion, as a professional here that's done this for 24 years and evaluated all types of traffic, my opinion is that the townhouse use, the traffic from a townhouse use is no different than you would typically see from a residential use. There's nothing in the plan that leads me to believe that this would generate more traffic than any other typical townhouse development, which is the criteria for the special exception and evaluating the use. And that is the first step, like I said. As we proceed further, additional studies will need to be done to meet the SALDO requirements and PennDOT.
Okay, so how many cars travel on 322 on a daily basis?
Approximately 12,000.
Okay. How many travel down Chestnut Tree Road?
Approximately 2,500.
Okay. And how much new traffic is your townhome going to generate?
The townhouses are anticipated to generate, and this is peak hour trips. When we do the evaluation and traffic studies, we look at a 1 hour time period, typically afternoon peak or rush hour. So the number of trips that will be generated by the townhouses is 81 trips.
In that hour?
Correct.
Okay, that's even less than what I have. I have 60 out of the ITE, the traffic manual, the trip manual. So if you take that, you're 80, you're going to take my 60 and plug it into the amount of traffic that's there now, about what percentage more is the townhomes alone going to generate on Chestnut Tree Road?
I don't have an exact number on that, but I'm looking at the amount of peak hour traffic on Chestnut Tree Road at 5 p.m. on a typical weekday is about 230 vehicles in hours time. Again, 81 trips from the townhomes, but again, that would be dispersed to Horseshoe Pike and Chestnut Tree Road as well. I don't have a percentage, but, 81, some portion of 81 trips would be on Chestnut Tree Road versus 228.
Substantial amount. And so the information you're giving me now, why didn't you give that to them instead of having me have to ask you and to get them this information? Again, I answered my question. I withdraw the question. So it's about 15% more, and that's just your townhouse. Let alone the duplexes, let alone Chestnut Ridge, the 83 new mobile homes, and the 37 or so single-family homes that are getting built by the golf course. So we're talking a heck of a lot of traffic, more. Now, another question, I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but do you live in this area?
Objection.
I don't feel it's relevant.
This is a consultant who's been hired. It's completely irrelevant.
Okay, I'll ask a specific question. How many times have you ever pulled out from Chestnut Tree Road onto 322 at 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning? Yeah. You've never pulled out? Okay. How many times have you pulled out from Kugler Road onto 322 from 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning? Okay. I think what I'm trying to say is, I believe you're an expert. I do. But you're an expert on paper. We are experts because we live here. It's completely different. And there's real life education. And we deal with real life. So, how many entrances is the development going to have?
It's proposed to have 4.
4. So how are people going to get in and out of the playfield?
I don't know that that's the design yet. That's a question.
So if there is a playfield of some acreage that is still yet to be determined, there's going to be 2 more entrances. So now we're talking 6 entrances. Not 4. Correct?
I don't know that 2 entrances are proposed.
Sorry, we got to talk.
Okay, I'll ask Dan.
Sure.
Sure.
It's not yet determined. There's a number of driveways out there now. We're sort of near the racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of driveways there today. We don't have a firm plan, we just have a concept. It's possible to utilize an existing driveway. It's also possible there's a new one. That number is not determined.
When you say there's existing driveways, I'm not sure what you mean.
There's access points to where that park area that we have shown.
But there's no park there now.
No, there's driveways off of 322.
But they're not being used.
Sir, could that let the witness answer questions, please?
I'll slow down, I'm sorry. I apologize.
I saw people driving on the cart track tonight on the way here, so there were cars in that parking area, so the driveway is used. I've parked in there before. Again, we're not at that point yet, where I can give you a definitive answer.
Okay. But there's going to be more than 4.
Well, it's different if we're considering park entrances versus development entrances. So the development would be for the residential uses. The driveways to the park would be something separate. As far as any kind of traffic counts or anything like that.
But there's actually more parking areas in the park than there is in the townhomes. Extra parking. Well, so there's going to be more traffic coming in and out of the park. Possibly. Thank you. Thank you. Is there going to be a turning lane put on Chestnut Tree Road?
That would be determined during land development when we perform the traffic study.
So if a turning lane is needed, who would pay for it?
The applicant.
And they would determine that before building.
That would be determined during land development, certainly before building. And before the final day of approval.
So if a turning lane is needed, there's a pipeline on the east side of Chestnut Tree Road. So the turning lane would have to be put on the west side of Chestnut Tree Road. So you'd end up taking people's property right through there.
Not necessarily. It hasn't been designed, so I can't speak to which properties would be needed, but it would be, the turn lane is warranted, if warrants are satisfied, the applicant would need to provide that lane.
Okay, Dan. Sorry, do you mind if I call you Dan? That's fine. Okay. You can call me Paul. So you stated a couple meetings ago that all 10 of these standards are met.
I believe so.
You believe so? So, I apologize for this question. Do you live around here?
I object.
Okay. Apparently he does, so I'll move on.
Maybe, are you familiar with, I mean, you
I'll-
got
I'll-
somewhere with that question.
So that is the big question, is like, most of these are objective, subjective. You know, you throw enough money at something, of course it can be fixed. I don't think we want to fix anything. I think we want to leave everything the way it is. So, question. I got a couple small questions and I have a big one. Parking spots. How many parking spots are required?
Maybe, and again, I'm not trying to cut you off, but the application is for a special exception for townhome use. It's not necessarily 141 units. The board is not considering this as 141 units and how many parking spaces are appropriate. So it's sort of a concept plan, but it may be a concept question. I'm just saying, you know, if you get too far down in the weeds, I'm just saying it's not relevant to what I think the board's consideration needs to be.
Again, I agree to disagree.
Okay.
Because I think whoever came up with these 10 pieces of criteria were thinking about it, and
What I'm saying,
not to say they would, but you guys are listening to what they're saying and taking it as gospel. How do you know they're not lying? And then it's going to go. I get it. It's going to go down the road. But why should we let it go down the road to the next committee? Why should we pass it off to the next committee? When these are the criteria that someone gave you to be in charge of. And not just to say, the next committee will take care of it. I guess that's
and again,
I understand how the process should work, but this criteria changes all that.
Again, I'm not trying to cut you off.
Okay.
I'm trying to help.
That's fine.
But Paul, I let you, Mr. Hyden, I let you.
You can call me Paul.
Okay. Again, what I'm trying to get at is when you have you and I'll probably spend more time talking about whether it's relevant.
Forget the
as your question.
drivers. Forget the drivers. All I was going to say was, I wanted to know, and this is actually a question maybe for zoning. When they say 2 parking spaces per driveway, is that in the driveway, or is the garage 1 parking space and the driveway a 2nd parking space?
Honestly, I don't think we're at that point. The zoning ordinance requires what it is. They're not asking for a variance about doing anything different than what zoning allows. They're asking for a special exception for a particular type of use. Nothing said they had to come in with a plan showing how many units and parking spaces.
Okay.
They did that, and all I'm saying is that's a concept, they're not bound by it, we're not approving it.
No problem. I got you.
It's just the type of.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I'm just trying to get it to not go down the road, because once it goes down the road, it ain't coming back. So these are small plans, but I have big plans, because you can't read these, because they're way too small to read. So I have full size. So two of these have already been entered from DL Howe. A4 and A5. The 2 plans have already been entered. I would like to enter a new plan, which is this one. These are big. You guys can see this one. You guys can share that one. And you guys can share that one. And could you tell me what this is?
Oh, just to make sure, because this is something where we need to be able to go, we have to be able to go back and read a record, or if it gets to it, a judge read a record and understand what this is. So you handed the board a packet that had a plan sheet SK-M1 from DL Howe.
Correct.
SK-M2 from DL Howe that has an A4, I believe that was already introduced.
That was already introduced, correct.
And then there was 2 other sheets attached to this first packet.
That's going to be at the end of my testimony.
Okay, so we're gonna call this, like, we're up to, is this the first, this is the second, third, this is the third. We're gonna call this I-Do 3. This packet of 4 pages. 3. And then the second was we wanted to, so it's a large format of that first sheet, the SKM1. Okay, I'm with you.
So, Dan, can you tell me what that is?
Can you just read what we're referring to?
He can read it.
Like into the record.
Okay, I can read it.
Go ahead, so as long as somebody identifies.
Okay, so I'm handing Dan a plan SK-1M, proposed residential development zoning plan by DR Horton. Sorry, sir. SK-1M, proposed residential development, DL Howe. Date. February 12th, 2022. So can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, what's the revision date?
There is one.
Okay, thanks.
You correctly read the plan date, which is January 12th, 2022, plotted on February 8th, 2022. And it appears to be a prior version of the second one.
Okay, so prior version. Correct. But I got this from the township, so this was, I don't know the technical terms, this came right from Honeywood Township. So it's not something I procured out of thin air, okay? So Dan, when you do net acreage, how's that done? How do you determine the net acreage on a piece of property?
So the township ordinance, local ordinance defines the net acreage calculation or net lot area. And it sets out certain, whether it's resources, whether it's easements, various things that get netted out of the gross tract.
And you come up with a figure. So whether you build one home, 100 homes, 10,000 homes, a piece of property only has so much net acreage. It's the same. It can't change. You only have so much land to build on. The land can't get bigger, can't get smaller, can't get smaller. When you take out the right of way, when you take out the floodplain, you get a number. So that number can't change. So my question is, on this plan, why is the net acreage of the 43 acres 21, and on the new plan, it is you don't even have it on here. 26. I'm sorry, it is there. 26.5. So how from one plan to the other plan do we lose 5 acres?
Maybe before you answer that question, I'm just a little confused too. So that's a fair question. What I have is, I'm not sure where SK1, I'm not saying you made anything up. I believe whatever you say, you got it from the township. That's where it came from. But what we have is an exhibit. What we have is an exhibit that has a different date. And so if it helps to figure out whether we're talking about a plan that came in with the application, or was there a different plan introduced at a hearing, but what I have marked is A.
Probably came in with the application.
Okay. So maybe it just helps to have that.
It was public.
Okay.
It was public information that I was able to obtain from the township.
Maybe if what we could, just to make sure that what we're getting is relevant information. Mike, if you can address what SK1M without any revision dates with a 112, if that's what was with the application or otherwise, and then what was in as an exhibit, and then maybe we ought to have Dan first address if things were changed and why, and then maybe look at whether that plan has any relevance, because it came in with the application, but if it wasn't an exhibit, then it's sort of a novelty. So, Mike, can you help out at all on that, or Dan?
So, this,
Why wouldn't Dan know? Why would the lawyer know?
Well,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to, I don't.
What I have as exhibits are the application we have as one of our exhibits, but then they introduced a number of other exhibits, and I'm just trying to,
Correct.
talking about a prior iteration of a plan, the information might not be relevant, and then we might end up spending time about maybe what we need to look is the one that has revision date, that's the exhibit, that's done later, because that's the one probably more relevant, because that's what the testimony was about, because,
Okay.
but I don't know the answer to any of that, which is why I'm asking, so if it's Mike, great, if it's not, and it's Dan,
Okay.
fine.
I agree.
okay, with respect to the question in that area, that's completely different, right? But with respect to this plan was filed with the original application. And then if you recall, the plan went through a review process with both the planning commission and the board of supervisors. And so before it got to the zoning hearing board, that plan was adjusted. One of the adjustments being to remove a variance for lot width. And we were down to a special exception for the townhouses. So the redesign is technically the plan that is before the board, I guess, or the most recent plan. I think Dan could probably answer the lot area question, though, which is the heart of your question, right?
And that,
Because I think
he makes perfect sense, except for the fact that it doesn't matter if there's 10 plans, 15 plans, D.R. Horton could go away 10 years from now, the net acreage is exactly the same, correct?
No.
How can the net acreage change?
So I can tell you how the numbers changed from that plan to the plan that we've been discussing.
Please do.
We updated, and we entered into evidence, wetlands delineations. They were just recently completed. They changed. Again, the dates on that, I believe were January and February of 2022. So that plan there was updated. The plan that we've been discussing, more current, accurate survey information.
Great, good answer. So on your newest plan, SK4M, which was introduced last meeting, why in the net lot area calculations do you have 9.555 acres of flood hazard in one of the pieces of property and 9.005 acres of floodplain in the other piece of property, when there's only floodplain on the one piece of property? This parcel has no floodplain, none. This is the only parcel that has floodplain. So how did it get switched? How did 9 acres end up in both calculations? Instead of the 18, which was on the original plan.
just wait till you start with this question.
A flood study was completed on the western parcel to determine the floodplain limits. So although it's not a FEMA map floodplain, as you look at a FEMA map, it's a calculated study floodplain line.
So all of a sudden, there's 9 over here and 9 less over here, is what you're saying?
No.
Well, I'm not sure, because on this plan, you have,
Sorry, which plan?
I'm sorry, on SK1M, there's 18.891 acres of floodplain. One more time.
There's
On SK1M, there are 18.891 acres of floodplain. 0 over here. The new plan they introduced has 9 acres over here and 9 acres over here. I mean, I can see, okay, there's more over here, but how do you lose floodplain? That's your last page, is to show that there is no floodplain from FEMA or FEMA on that larger tract of property. And I just don't know how it was 18 on this plan, and all of a sudden it's 9 and 9, which brings these calculations closer to getting your 141 townhomes.
Yeah, I see that plan.
This one?
Yes, please.
And Dan, which plan are we from?
This is that prior version Those numbers, again, I can't speak to the calculations included there. It's a reference to a survey, a sketch performed by others. So again, we've updated, I'm confident in the numbers and the calculations that DLL and Alpine is prepared.
So basically, this is something that they were going to introduce, they didn't, then they changed the numbers to introduce this plan, which allows them to get up to that 141 limit. That's, to me, a little hinky. And so I think I determined that a lot of these special exceptions should not be granted. Just for the sheer reason that they're trying to give you guys information that really isn't 100% accurate. They're trying to limit the information you're getting. And I know there's other committees, and I know there's going to be other studies, and there's going to be this and that. But I just don't think it should get by this board. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Thank you.
For Exhibit 1, is this that came out of the land preservation plan, Exhibit 1?
Correct, that's the one that shows that that site is one of 3 in all of Honeybrook.
All right, and then the IPE was, I did 2, and then I do 3 is the 4-page sheet.
Correct.
The SKM
It shows the difference in net calculations.
Okay, and then the last 2 pages of the
That's just to show, he said there's 9 and 9, but if you look at this, this is a FEMA and a PEMA floodplain. There's no floodplain on this property, and all of it is on this property.
So
So they're trying to say that there's 9 and 9 now, which changes their calculations for their amount of townhomes they feel they can build. Or,
I think we need to show the witness and understand what we're looking at and have a chance to address this on the record while the parties questioning our witness. We can't just have a sidebar discussion and then.
I was questioning your witness, I was telling him what that piece of paper.
Which we have not seen yet.
So let's just get that. At this point, the board's exhibits are in. We haven't gone through who else's exhibits are in. I'm just trying to make sure that if there's 3 exhibits, what the 3 exhibits are. So this was marked as, I do 3, maybe just look at my page. At that point, we can have a discussion about what's admissible. I'm just looking to get the record clear.
So, what is supposed to be?
On your latest plan, there are 2 net lot area calculations. One has 9.555 acres of floodplain on the one parcel and 9.005 on the other. This plan, which is a DLL plan, only shows floodplain on one side of 18 acres, not 9 and 9. And then, like I said, all of a sudden, you come up with a plan that shows 9 and 9. I'm just curious as to how those numbers changed, because they can tell you anything they want.
So I think it's just, we're going to do the one at a time. So page 1 of the item exhibit 3 is SK1M, no revision dates, is plan sheet dated 1/12/2022. Page 2 of it has a mark that puts a 9 note for
That was
A4.
A4, which the calculations did change.
Right, and that's SK2M, that's the second page. Oh, just for the record, page 3 of item 3, where'd you get this page from?
Off the FEMA website.
Okay. And the page 4 was off the FEMA website. Okay. So if you want to mull this over while we go on to the next witness. Basically, what I'm planning is to allow, you guys can read the record. At the point class tonight, great. If it's too much processing, okay.
Am I good?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
I must have bored my wife so bad she left. She's heard this many times.
So we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we're going to come back with Jerome Gerald, Adam Slovic, John Anderson, and Leah Anastasio. I'm sorry.
It's hot up there. Boy, I was ready to... There's a couple of points I still want to make. Thank you. Thank you.
You caught him. Look at that guy's face. He started throwing these things at him.
The bottom line is he's going to answer. See, what I don't want to, they're going to answer by, they're going to answer by saying they do their own stuff. It's FEMA and FEMA. You have to go there. It was 18 on land, which gives them 9 more acres to get that. It should have only been like 120 acres. They went up to 141.
That was awesome. When he turned around and was talking to that, you see the look on his face. He had no idea. So we started thinking that
I'm sorry? That's what I saw. That's all I saw. It was 18 and then all of a sudden it's 99
I wasn't.
No, I don't know. And that's why I asked them point blank, how do you get net acres never changes. Net acres never changes. No.
Why not?
No.
Why not? Why not? It's getting warm in here.
They fire me in a heartbeat.
They can't fire you.
No, they won't. They find a way. They find a way to fire me.
As long as they don't wind up with a crow outside the window. You know, it'd be better if you open up one over there a little bit. Yeah.
Why don't I make fun of it?
You look nice.
Make one of the memes out of it. Memes? What are they? Meme, yeah. Make a meme. see, they just they'll have an answer. They will have an answer, but it's just the doubt. See what I'm saying? I guess.
Gerald? Excuse me, folks, is Jerome Gerald here? Going once? Who's that? Jerome? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, sir, if you could just step up to the mic there, name, spell it for the record, swear the oath.
Jerome Gerald, Jerome, Gerald. Yes, sir. I have a lot of concerns about this development. I live on 322, and the traffic is terrible. I'd like to ask the traffic gentleman, what time of year did you do your traffic survey?
I did not perform the traffic survey. The traffic data that we discussed with regard to numbers under the last testimony was based on data provided by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And that data is compiled into a volume on which there was an excerpt presented to the board. And what the Institute of Transportation Engineers does is compile data from all manner of different land uses based on actual traffic counts at such land uses. They evaluate single-family homes, townhomes, apartments, and they publish that data in a volume to which you can then determine the amount of traffic that is generated by a development based on the number of units that are within.
No, I'm asking about what dates, because that is a thoroughfare through all there. And traffic patterns change during the year because we have tourists going all through there. So with your development, is that going to take into account of all the traffic around all the year? That's what I'm getting at. Because the traffic volume will change on that road because it's a main highway.
When we prepare traffic studies, they are scoped, and again, this would be done in land development, they are scoped through the township staff as well as PennDOT. And they determine if the counts that we perform, typically we do those when school's in session. We don't do them on summer unless they're specifically requested by the township. We could do summer counts at that time. Then you develop a growth rate to account for any growth in the area, and that growth rate is provided by PennDOT. We include any proposed developments within the township or nearby townships, and that information is typically provided by the township and or PennDOT. And then we develop a future year condition that incorporates all of that traffic. Then we determine the traffic generated by the subject development and compare the no-build condition to the build condition to see the impact of the traffic from the development.
Okay. Has anybody driven on 322 lately? Especially around Turkey Hill, where you have a state road with huge problems right there. You have center lane going left and right and in the middle, and there's no road maintenance, and that's a state road. So I'm concerned about that. If they're not fixing the roads now, what are they going to do with all the other people that are moving into the area? And it also floods on 322. It floods on Kugler Road. We have all this flooding. I flood the back of the field and I'm higher elevation than you guys that are proposing in that wetlands over there. I'm concerned about that. I'm also on a well. And we're concerned about groundwater containment. And is any of that water going into the Brandywine, going through underground? Is that going to be contaminated? Everybody's concerned about the Brandywine, so I don't want to contaminate that. I come from Scranton upstate, and what they did to us years ago, the coal companies came in and they ran, stripped everything, and now they left an empty hole. I consider this an empty hole for the township. It's not going to be an improvement, especially when it comes to wildlife. And I have a question for Horton. Of all your developments that you've done in the past, how many are 100% owner vault versus corporate?
I'm not sure, what's your question? Who do you mean by owner? Sorry.
Regular people like us versus big corporations coming in there and buying big blocks. Like BlackRock and
Sorry,
Vanguard.
one second. If you could be answered.
Well, we're concerned about that.
I don't even know if I understand the question, like, if we're gonna buy the property?
No, you're gonna put up all that development,
Oh,
and these guys are just gonna swoop in like wolves like they're doing now.
oh.
They're doing it around here all the time.
One at a time.
Sorry.
That's all we're concerned about too.
So if I understand the question is that you will complete a development and then sell it out in a block to
No,
an
what I'm
investor?
saying is he's probably gonna buy so much land, develop it, and buy the next chunk, correct? How are you doing this? Are you doing it in chunks, or are you just gonna go in there and just develop, or how are you proposing to do this?
We'll buy it in accordance with our underlying agreements, which is, right now, there are two separate parcels, so we would buy how it makes sense with the contract and the law.
Now, do they produce any materials that are going into those houses, or are you buying from every Tom, Dick, and Fred?
We don't produce any, really any of those, the physical materials, we buy from all kinds of vendors.
What about the firewalls in these supposedly townhomes? Are all the materials readily available for the firewalls containment? Has anybody checked on that?
I need it.
With the way things are material-wise?
Again, if you know the answer.
I'm just putting that out there.
I understand.
Even if they were or were not available today, this development won't be going in for another so many months, so I can't judge what's gonna happen in that future time for material. But I'm not sure what relevance that has.
Well, I'm going by safety. We don't really have, we have two hospitals that shut down. Traffic's gonna be a bear, and you're gonna be toted to what hospital, you're gonna get stuck in traffic possibly, and you're gonna die in the ambulance.
So, I mean, that's not a question.
I mean, that's true life here. I mean, it's coming out there, and we have to, ask those questions up front. And same way with schools. More schools equal more taxes. We're all getting older here. A lot of us don't even have kids anymore, we're getting sucked with taxes. And they keep going up, and I get anything for it. I got more in this township in the 80s than I'm getting now. And the taxes were cheaper. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Adam Sully. Hello.
My name is Adam Slovic. I reside at 2415 Chestnut Street.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
Excuse me?
Can you spell your last name?
S-L-O-W-I. I'm very well aware that these are the 10 requirements that they need to obtain. Okay? I'm going to do my best to keep to these 10. Dan, this is the most recent plan we're going with right now, right? And what's the number? SK 4. And this is the most recent.
I think we're talking about A11.
A11?
I think so.
Just remind me.
Yeah, no, I think it's A11.
Oh, that's what the big
Yeah,
number.
it's in.
Okay, I understand. Number 10 in your general notes. You note that a portion of this property is located in flood zone A. and partially in flood zone has an X. All right? Okay. I'm having a real hard time finding.
Dan, answer on the record.
Yes.
I'm having a real hard time finding flood zone X though. All right?
No, sure. No, it's more important.
Okay. All right. So this is a printout, and I have one for all you guys, so I'll continue on.
I'm pointing at exhibit A11. There's an area beyond flood zone X, indicated zone X. It's an area of minimal.
Exactly where are you pointing, Lindsay?
I'm pointing here in the northern, close to the north, eastern corner.
Over in East Long, Township almost. Oh, in the direction.
Yes, Chestnut Tree.
All right. And this is a printout from Chestnut Views, our county's tax parcel website. All right.
I need you for you.
And this is a printout from Chesco Views, our tax parcel website that we use for the county. All right? And it does have listed flood zone X, flood zone AO, A, AE, and all the severities of flooding that occurs in these different parcels. The county doesn't recognize any flood zone X, but yet it's listed right here in the figure. But yet all of this is blue. That's what I said. Do you know why?
If you were to, I don't know why they don't make reference to flood zone X, but I would say typically you're not concerned about being located in flood zone X. It's minimal risk. Does not typically flood in the 100-year event that would be governed by FEMA.
No, you're correct. Flood zone X is a 500-year event. All right. However, it's not even listed on here. They didn't have it on one of your drawings, so the county doesn't even recognize it. So it's all practically in flood zone A, which is second highest, 1% at a 100-year. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think we've been having a lot of 100-year floods. I can keep going. We have a ton of them all the time. Because I can even recall when my road shuts down due to it flooding. It's impassable. It wouldn't be safe. It wouldn't be safe to pass that road if it flooded, right?
Objection.
No?
There's no foundation laid, the witness knows anything about the road or Mr. Slowick's house or the flooding there.
Oh, really?
We're not, we're talking about, this question, line of questioning started about a flood zone X at the top of a property, and now we're on to another issue. So I just asked for where we're, in essence, going with this.
We're going with what I just said earlier, the 10 reasons why they should not be able to. I'm pretty sure safety is in here. Number 3, the township grows a special exemption, serves in the health, safety, welfare, and best interest of the township. The proposed special exemption serves as the health, safety, welfare, and the best interest. When it has one of the highest flood zones. In fact, with the exception of down by the West Brandywine, there is no flood zone higher than what's in this blue line. And the area does flood. And what they're over a decade. Mike, you said you had a thing you said, right?
I object. Should
That's
we
pretty
address-
important.
should we address the,
We
we
don't
can't
have
ask
one in the
questions, we
evidence.
can ask the witness questions. Dan is open to answer questions about that.
I'm sorry.
I'm not aware.
Before we get on that, Mr. Slow, we're gonna mark the sheet that you got from the Chesco Views site, we're gonna mark that as Slowick Exhibit 1.
Sure.
Okay. And then go on with the question.
Did you run a Penny's check on that property?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and what did you find?
Excuse me, can we get him to stand up so we can hear him? Yes. We can't hear him.
I don't know if he has to stand, but if you could just try to.
Turn around, Paul.
Yes, we did.
Project.
Yeah, you did? So, in the Pivy search that I ran, we have a few RTE species that are directly across the street.
Maybe, and again,
Yes.
I want to try to keep things as clean as we can. When we had expert testimony from Dan, he had his CV and sort of ran through, and when we went just all through check, you know, we had him deal with his CV. I think if we're going to have, you're allowed to offer opinion testimony, you're allowed to offer public comment.
Well, this is an opinion.
And now you're interrupting, and that you can't do. But what you can do is again, if you want to testify as an expert on, I ran a Pindi search, and a Pindi search said X, Y, and Z, I think we need to get some, like you need to say, I want to be an expert, I'm allowed to offer opinion testimony. Only experts are allowed to offer opinion testimony. I'm not saying you aren't one, I'm saying you didn't offer yourself as one, you didn't present your CV. So I think before we get into what sounds like testimony, let the board know, if you are an expert, and if you're not, you can say, hey, I've seen flooding, it's a problem, I have concerns. You're allowed to have concerns without being an expert, right? So that is the scope. Help me with, how we move that.
Okay. Would you like me to tell you my qualifications so I can be certified?
Well, if you want to be an expert, you need to explain your qualifications.
Okay.
So
My qualifications are, I hold a degree in wildlife and fisheries biology.
I guess long story short, do you want to be an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And then, what do you want to be an expert in?
Environmental.
Like just general environmental? Okay.
Water quality, wetlands, fisheries.
Okay. We're getting somewhere now. All right, and so now if you go through the qualifications, and again, Mike is allowed to sort of ask the question by ear about, where you went to school, what certifications you have, that kind of thing. So let's do that.
Do you have any questions for me?
I do.
Okay.
Well, let's get to the, if you could, just, okay, Mike, you go. I want the educational background and certifications and that kind of stuff. So
We can start with that, that's great. If we could go with educational background, your work qualifications, where you're currently employed, what you currently do for a living, where you're licensed, whether you're licensed to conduct searches like our person.
I hold an undergraduate in wildlife and fisheries biology from California University.
Slow down for a moment.
He already has that. I don't have it.
I slow down for a moment. It's
Not all that.
It's not.
So one more time. What is this? Just slow and
I hold a certification from the National Wetlands Training Institute for wetlands delineation. I'm the president of the American Fisheries Society. I've worked for 2 years for an NGO corporation called Pheasants Forever. Pheasants Forever, yep, it's a habitat and upland bird conservation organization. I've also been employed by the state of Pennsylvania to perform habitat and wildlife research for the Commonwealth.
And what years were you employed doing that
I was
research?
employed in 2008 and 2009.
And what did you do during that time?
I did habitat assessment for white-tailed deer, black bear. I tagged and collared radio-collared white-tailed deer. I drew blood tested for bovine tuberculosis.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently, well, I'm not done yet with my resume. I also worked for over a decade as a private environmental consultant. And I am currently employed right now as a fisheries biologist / environmental compliance specialist.
Where are you employed?
Brookfield removal.
Where are your offices?
Horton, Pennsylvania. Horton, Pennsylvania. I do not be one of the
Sounds like an expert to me.
Anything else?
What are you offering yourself as an expert in?
Environmental.
Environmental what?
Everything environmental. Conservation, I've worn a lot of hats.
So I mean, if the questions are going to be about Hindi, if the questions are going to be about wetland resources, you said you hold a certification for wetland delineations. So again, maybe environmental, environmental covers a huge area, right? So I guess bottom line is that as we get into component parts, if it's wetland, if it's PIND, biological resources, that's what you've offered yourself for. I would suggest that Mr. Slowick be accepted as an expert in those areas, and if it gets broader than that, then I think Mike gets to follow up with questions about qualifications or certifications as we get.
Just one question. You said your wetlands, what certificate do you hold in wetlands? What was it again? And you currently hold it?
Yeah, it doesn't expire.
Oh, when did you receive that?
Received that in 2014.
And just for the record, what continuing education have you taken since 2014 on wetlands delineation? If any?
Yes.
And you don't have to go through class by class. I'm just saying, if you took classes in wetlands delineation since that training
Yes.
in 2014, I'd like to know it on the record.
Yeah, hybrid soils as well as hydraulic capacity of small streams.
And when was that?
Shortly after the delineation course, but that one, the hybrid soils was in 2014, and the stream course, I believe, was in 2015. And those were offered by the Pennsylvanian, I'm sorry, those were offered by the American Commission Society.
Okay, I got one. Thank you.
Now, the board, I think the board, then, Mr. Slowick had a couple of questions, or at least a question.
Yeah, a question, just resorts back to last session 2 weeks ago. I believe somebody from the Horton testified that they had done a wetland delineation in February. As your expert opinion, do you feel that that can properly be done for vegetation in February? Do you feel that there's proper study can be done with frozen grounds, or do you feel it should be done more in the springtime?
No, I feel it is not illegal, but I feel that it should be performed during the Pennsylvania growing season.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions on?
No other questions on that.
And that would be done to the quality of the habitat that exists on that
Thank you.
one. So, if this property would be declared an EV wetland, do you know if it's been declared an EV wetland then?
I don't know.
Exceptional amount?
I don't know the term. I'm not 100% sure.
All right, because it, to my knowledge, my expertise, it meets the qualification. Okay. Can I ask,
Can I just, what are we referring to? What is the basis of this statement? This is testifying and questioning at this point.
Well,
So we have an issue where we have both happening at the same time. And if this witness is going to be an expert, he can't be an expert witness and act as a lawyer questioning at the exact same time. It just doesn't.
Mike, your objection is noted. Maybe a way to try to handle that. I'm trying, because he would be allowed to cross-examine.
Of course.
He'd be allowed to cross-examine and would just be straight questions. He's allowed to make. I'm trying to not have him do this twice. So again, maybe if we could, if you could keep it to questions, and then at the end, if you want to offer, my expert opinion is, it might just be cleaner that it doesn't sound like an argument. If you ask a question, it gets answered. You ask a question, it gets answered, and then at the end, you're allowed to offer your opinion on things. It might just be cleaner to try to do it like you're wearing two hats.
with respect, I was asking him if he knew what it meant.
And I'm not arguing with you, but I'm saying, when you say in my expert opinion, this is that sounds like you're offering testimony about something, and I'm just saying, if you can save the testimony for the end, you're allowed to do that. But it would come cleaner if you ask a question that's asking for an answer, and then offer your view on things, before you conclude, right? But try to break it. And I know this is a relatively informal process, but if you could try to keep it like that, it's going to reduce. The other thing is, questions are only supposed to be like one issue, not when did you stop eating your, but it's supposed to be one thought to an answer, not a compound question that's, part A, B, C, D, because people can't remember that part, right? So if you can try to keep it to like concise questions, answers, and then if you disagree, do that at the end. Fair enough?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Dan, why did you guys pick 150 foot buffers in?
The 100-foot buffer, that's the big gun plans, is for high quality work.
Okay.
So they're 150 feet from stream. That's the buffer.
Okay, all right. Did you put a buffer at all around the flood zone?
Not specifically.
No.
But often it's within that 100-foot buffer. No specific footprint buffer.
Okay. Do you happen to know offhand, the Texas, for the record though, this is the Texas Eastern Pipeline right here. Do you happen to know offhand what the right of way is on that pipeline, off the center line? It's actually a big technical one.
I don't know the exact number. My surveyors map utilities. I trust their work in places.
All right. All right. When was the wetlands delineation? Do you happen to have it?
We entered in those reports from the Block Associates and we further states.
Wetlands delineation is entered as A12. Delineation entered as A12.
Make sure I get this back, but that's it, well.
It was really interesting. When I filled out my residential form, my answer was,
Well, I don't answer like no request. That's
I know, John, we emailed. So one of the big problems and issues that we can have from having a wetland down in the winter is that soils can change quickly. Very, very quickly. Soil. The soil itself, the hydric soil itself. I've seen it change in my hand before. Why? Because it's starting to freeze. All right? There are other things that remain constant in the wetland all throughout winter, like oxidized rhizospheres. They'll remain constant. The neighbors turns to a little squiggly orange line that will creep through the soil where the roots are from the hydrophytic vegetation. It's getting all iron. It's starting to oxidize. You'll see a lot of these times with some clay soils that are clay, relatively gray in nature. But all the soils listed in this particular woodlot, Braille siltloam and Mount Lucas siltloam are additionally poorly drained soils. Most of this entire woodlot right here, from the pipeline to the northern end of the property, is listed in a hydric soil that's recognized by your Act, your 537 document, your 2015 comprehensive plan, your 2018 comprehensive, 2019 comprehensive plans. They all. That's aerial imagery from the month of January, because I wasn't able to find an exact date, otherwise I would have gotten an exact date to the best of my ability. The month of January. What do we notice about this particular?
What we're going to mark is slope A2 is, Mr. Schwartz, can you just describe where you got that exhibit from? Just for the record.
Sure. This exhibit is on the Pennsylvanian National Wetlands Inventory Land Analysis Program.
When's that voted? Is it the 8th?
I believe it was January 28th, 29th. Like I said, I tried to pick a date in January of this year. In fact, you can even see all the soil pits you guys put up for testing.
Okay.
You want to give Dan a copy because he's going to have.
How much snow? A lot. Where is it white? What turns white? What holds the snow? Water.
You
start to see actually in this particular figure where the wetland will start to creep up, where they've already delineated and noticed this wetland right here. Now it creeps up behind this block, comes back and around. They marked it as open on the east and west side because that the property were. And then flows down through. Another interesting thing to note about this particular figure, I know you guys don't have any lights on, might help if you do. Do you notice the black lines that are coming off of the pipelines right here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 black lines that are coming off of the pipeline. This whole property drains in towards the creek. It's a very low grade. Those are drainage lines. Those are drainage lines coming off the pipeline from when probably eons ago, when there was a much larger wetland area. They got split by the pipeline. Since I would probably not be allowed to actually go and delineate that particular lot, I have a model. This is a model of that sets it back to that. Green is forested wetland. Blue is what could potentially be reversed over time, and red is emergent.
You got a spare copy, give it to Mike, to help him, what, you don't seem like that, then he can share it with you. Mr. Kelly, can you just, again, so we're gonna mark this as Slowick Exhibit 3. And then if you could just describe, for the record, how you prepared this document.
Sure. I went on this Pennsylvania State Spatial Data webpage. And on that webpage is data compiled. They do this by not only, this is much better than the National Wetland Inventory and Action. What they do is they utilize the hydrology of the land. They utilize county soil surveys. They utilize LiDAR. They utilize aerial photography and imagery, as well as historical soil data from USGS. And they compile all that data into one database, and then they're able to image and project where wetlands could possibly be. It's a lot higher scale definition than just what you find on a typical underwater log search. It zoomed out and really higher clarity, higher definition. I kept the blue so it can stick out here. All this information is public. Anybody and everybody can find this.
I just have the same question that you put on the record, what, how you, what Slowick Exhibit 4 depicts and how this was prepared or compiled.
It's the same image just zoomed out. Just shows a little bit broader scale of the entire area and how the area flows and drains.
What?
It's a broad image showing you the hydrology of the entire area and how it's connected.
So,
Can I cross-examine? Or, no, that's,
I mean, that'll be
wait.
at a point we'll do it, or, maybe make a list of questions. Okay.
Check it, what?
Listen, I'm colorblind, so just help me with this. What we have is exhibit 3. There's areas here that are green, they're blue on this one.
That's right. And
So it's not just the blow up, the colors are different, but it's this area.
Right. I gave you an image that was a lot more defined and showed you not just emergent wetland, but forested wetland as well as what historically done.
So these all was checked in these boxes, exhibit 3, you check boxes for what's being depicted on that sheet. Okay. Again, I'm just trying to be clear in the record where this came from, that this wasn't you plotting it on it.
No, I don't do GIS. GIS is not my specialty. I do not do
All right, so Slowick Exhibit 4 is a blow-up of Slowick Exhibit 3, showing broader.
So now that we've already modeled that particular one, I noticed that by the drawings, the particular drawings over here, only really keep the wetland actually, mainly in the center, surrounding where the creek is. So I've always wondered, where did those drainage lines come from? And why was it modeled differently? So I walked to the corner of my neighbor's property, did not step on their property, and I was able to take a look at what was there. So this is a corner of, I can put out a map showing, Antony's Muse property, which they border it as well. The majority of the trees that you see in the background, by the way, are red maple. The reason being is because not too many upland trees can tolerate the wet soil. They are all gone. You look in the background, you additionally see
Objection. Witness has no foundation to make claims about botany or trees and conditions that they grow.
Environment. That's about the environment.
if you do wetlands delineation, you must be familiar with hydrophytic vegetation, plants that sometimes always and never grow in wetlands. In order to properly delineate a wetland, you must be familiar with all different types of vegetation, whether it be an obligate, a fact wet, a fact up, a fact. Because this will help you determine what is a wetland from an upland.
We'll say the objections noted. Is this different?
No, yeah, they're all different. So in the background right here, you can tell those are cattails right there. The one was brushed off down, but there's still a few existing. Also, as well as this one, so the far left-hand side, you can start to see sensitive fern growing up. I know it's not going to be depicted very well in this particular imagery, just from the sheer fact that it's printed. But there's pitcher plant growing in the far back left-hand corner as well. Yeah, these are all these are all plants that
Can the witness please identify on the map, on the plan, marked as A11, exactly where he was standing when he took the photos that I still haven't seen, and where these supposed areas are?
Maybe don't mark the map, but maybe with reference to the map, if you could say, like, we'll do this, Slowick Exhibit 5, where were you taking, where were you when you took this picture? 5 is, yeah, maybe we ought to make that clear too. You handle them out in order, just so that the record's clear. This is what I've marked as Exhibit 5. This is what I've marked as Exhibit 6. This is what I've marked as Exhibit 7. So if you could just fairly accurately depict what you saw on a date when you were standing A, looking west or what have you. And with respect to that plan, it'll make it easier for folks later.
Those pictures were taken from the northwestern corner of lot 22-8-68.3. And I tried to sequence them as if it was a pan. All the images are oriented from west to north to northeast.
Can we now identify on the plan where we took the pictures?
Right.
And let the record reflect it's the southeastern middle portion of the site. Thank you.
When did you take these pictures, Mr. Slowick?
Yesterday about
taken these pictures yesterday at 4:30, the plant life that's visible by your photo most likely would have not been visible in February as far as the ground. Is that correct?
Some of the emergence of cattails would have been, just because they grow tall. So you would have seen them. But the sensitive fern, no, that would have been squashed out. And pitcher plant, that would have been squashed out. There were several different species of carex, which is a sedge. There's several carex here. Lush. There's also lush species there as well. The standing water would have been there, but it was too cold. And sometimes it's there. Personally, I like using soil auger and soil auger rather than a hoe. A lot of bigger companies will come through and use a hoe to dig up the soils. It's a very aggressive way of doing it because it tends to mix them up. And you can't get proper soil. You're not going to be looking at your A horizons or horizons, your B horizons as they're going through the super soil. Organic compound to what is decaying. Basically, I'm trying to keep this range down for you guys to get underneath, so you get to actually, like, if you dig deep enough, then you get up on the soils, but they're going to be 3 to 4 feet long. Do you know if you guys used a hoe to do the soil surveys? An excavator?
Fine, Dubois, this is the units analysis, not,
Okay, all right, I didn't know if you were familiar with it. One more image to show you.
Was it by chance this?
No, it wasn't that. I have it on my computer.
Did you talk about this at all?
Yeah, it would have played, you stopped me, I would have played a role. Remember, I asked him about EV wetlands, and if he identified it as an EV wetland, because if he did identify as an EV wetland, he would have been mandated to survey the entire area for that particular species of plant, because it exists within half a mile.
Well, if I cut you off, I had no idea we were getting into any of that. I think it was about parting with an expert, what's your qualifications. So let's go back and put this in the record, because I didn't mark this as anything. All right, so can you, so this ought to be Slowick Exhibit 8. And I think the board members already have it. Yeah. Can you just identify it, you know, it has the PNHP on the top, sort of, what is this exhibit? What is this exhibit? Just put it in a record, now what questions you had about it. I didn't have any objections to asking questions. It was, we first had to establish your expertise and how we're going to deal with it. So just, what is that, and then what questions do you have about that, or what statements do you have about that?
This is a map showing the property in question, the one we were talking about with the townhomes supposed to be built. And this is a zoomed out up about to a mile. This is showing properties that have identified species of special concern. And when I was trying to get, when I was asking those questions of Dan, that because this property has
I don't, where are we reading from? What are we referring to? Do I have it in front of me? I should just open into evidence. Would Dan have a copy of it? Where is it? Sit there on your phone.
Here we were talking here.
Yeah, would you like one? I don't know if you have one or not.
Where is this from? What is the data? What is this showing?
So again, just explain where you first, how did you produce this, how did you generate this, and then what does it depict?
I went on the Pennsylvania National Heritage website, This is a website where all of our state regulating agencies upload information pertaining to species of special concern. Okay? And when they go ahead to form some kind of land development, they have to run a PID search, look for it. The state has acknowledged that any of those particular species are within the region. They have to acknowledge whether if any of those species exist within the region. And the reason being, I was asking Dan that if he was familiar, if he knew that that wetland was an exceptional value wetland, is because it would require them to perform a lot of these surveys. But I don't recall hearing any of species of special concerns that they were before.
So that sounds like testimony. Do you have a question for Dan now?
Do you know if it's been declared as an EV wetland?
I do not.
Just because I have not had time to analyze Mr. Dubois' delineation report, did he include anything as an EV wetland? Mike, I recall at another meeting that we had, you mentioned that there was a Bob Turtle Phase 1 study done on February 15th.
There are two doctrinal studies in the record. One's a phase 1 for the property with the townhouses. I believe that's 13A, and phase 2 is 13B.
All right. So, Bob Turtle studies, especially phase 1, is depicted by habitat. Does the grassy, wet areas that bob turtles typically like to habitat that live in, do they exist? And one thing that's really tough to do about that is you have to quantify the habitat. Right? Does that habitat exist? This is satellite and aerial imagery taken from the day before the bob turtle study. That one was done on February 15th. It's completely white. It's all snow covered. I would have a hard time looking for any kind of habitat in a snow covered. And for the record, if Mr. Dubois and Associates did at all enter in an Army Corps of Engineer block form for the wetlands, the said wetlands that they delineated, if they even did submit it to the Army Corps of Engineers or the PADB, and there was snow on the ground, there's a good chance that they might turn it down. Because it's a lot harder to look for the artifact vegetation that exists under that snow. You're going to have to dig in it, not safely. Board, I know we're all tired, I know we're all wrong, but I really hope that you take into consideration a lot of what I've just mentioned. seriousness of these 10 rules that we have to abide by. I hope you notice that myself, some other of our local residents here, number 9 has been a big one. I hope I pressed enough emphasis on this. The statement of the natural features and processes characterizing the proposed site and its surroundings shall not suffer unmitigated degradation. That wetland in there is a very big wetland, and it has a lot of different arms and legs to it. It stretches out. I try to provide you with models. I try to provide you with the testimony, and I try to provide you with further documentation of some of the new emergencies that are occurring right now. Why? We are not into the Pennsylvania growing season yet, but we are coming. And a lot of these things could potentially be missed. I am concerned that they are. Chip, was this one of the documents you mentioned in your email that you had not submitted yet? There were several documents that you had to electronically submit that were not done quite yet.
No, everything now has been submitted to the board. I was missing 3 exhibits. Everything has been submitted to the board. Everything has been submitted to the township, I think as of today. The township was missing 3 exhibits. They were missing Exhibit 11, which was a plan sheet, SK4M, and then they were missing they weren't missing these. We had these from the last meeting. We were missing
Resumes.
well, yeah, I think it was a resume, and I think it was the deed.
And an agreement to
And the
sale.
agreement to sale. So we were missing 3, and I crumpled up the note, and got rid of them.
I gave them all to you because I didn't.
You did, today,
Which ones
right,
were
I agree.
missing.
And I forwarded them right on to the board. Secretary's out today at PMMA or whatever, PMA, whatever it is. Right. So, again, if you submitted a right to know request, they have everything now. You know, it's 5 days, or it's 30 days more. It takes more time to compile it because of what it is. But they have everything in electronic form as of today. Thank you.
Okay, is he my witness now?
Oh, yes, yeah, that's fair.
Thanks.
Hold on, first he's Mark's witness.
Okay.
So, Mr. Slowick, I think Mike has some questions for you about the testimony that you offered. So, now your subject across.
Mr. Slowick, how many wetlands, do you want to have a seat or you guys stand?
If he's going on.
You can answer the question. How many wetlands delineations have you performed personally or overseen in your capacity as an expert in the past year?
None in the past year.
How many have you performed in the past 5 years?
Do you want to go by each and every individual wetland? Do you want to go by miles walked,
I want to go
projects?
by projects that you've worked on where you personally have performed or overseen personally the delineation of a wetland.
The last one I might have been on was in New Hampshire.
Okay, may I ask, how many have you done in the past 5 years?
There were 2 projects, probably, oh my gosh, I don't remember how many wetlands we found. We're probably close to roughly about 80 miles worth was delineated
And where was this project?
in northern New Hampshire.
Have you ever delineated a wetland in Pennsylvania
Yes, I have.
in the past 5 years?
No, not the past 5 years.
Have you ever been admitted as an expert to testify before in any proceeding on wetlands or environmental science?
Thank God, no, but I've come extremely close.
Are you familiar with the methodology that you would use to determine what a wetland is?
Very.
Oh, let's get
What determination, what methodology would you use to determine whether a wetland existed on this property? Specifically, which manuals would you refer to?
The Army Corps of Engineers, Upper Piedmont Region Delineation Plot, Upper Piedmont. Army Corps of Engineers, Upper Piedmont. That is the Bible to delineate all wetlands.
And what parameters would you evaluate to determine whether wetlands exist on this site?
I would be using the presence or the absence of hydrophytic vegetation, hydrophytic soils, and hydrology.
In your expert opinion, is the way to determine a wetland to use publicly available sources like you use today?
It can be. Those are traditionally called the white paper assessment.
And in your expert opinion, how accurate is a white paper assessment?
On a scale, I mean, how would you like me to define accuracy?
The question is, how accurate, in your expert opinion, would you consider a white paper analysis to be in determining a wetland?
Not as far as if I was physically allowed to delineate it myself.
What's a PINDY?
A PINDY?
What's it stand for?
Pennsylvanian diverse. Sorry, I'm not so sure. Pennsylvania diversity index. Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. National diversity.
Cross-examine his expert.
If you folks want to talk, you can go outside. You can't sit in here and talk. There's a witness, there's an attorney, there's a fellow keeping the record.
So, a portion of your testimony had to deal with, good portion of your testimony, characterized, had to deal with the presence of certain plants on the site, correct? And describe for us, in your expert opinion, the thresholds that need to be met with respect to plant life in order to indicate wetland hydrology.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
With
It's really
respect-
multifaceted.
Sorry, do you not understand it, or?
I don't understand the way you're asking me.
With respect to vegetation, what is the composition of vegetation on a wetland site that needs to exist? I'm sorry, what is the composition of vegetation on a site that needs to exist in order for it to be a wetland?
Okay. Are you trying to ask me the difference between tree, shrub, and perennial plants?
No, I am saying that what is the level of wetland vegetation that needs to exist on a site in order for it to be determined a wetland, or for it to be factored for it to be determined a wetland?
Obligate plants, those are almost always grown in the wetland. Fat wet plants, those are grown, I can't really precisely put a number, but most of the time we see them in the wetlands. You also have faculty, you also have upland. And upland would be the species that you would hardly next to never ever see in that particular Those are the species that you would hardly never see.
Also, you have upland, and also you have upland.
Upland plant species. So the way that we figure that out, according to the Army Corps of Engineers Digest of the Upper Piedmont region, is it's a calculation in the formula. You add the circumference of the area with all of your vegetation, with any exposed water. And you factor in additionally your hydric soils. And those are graded differently too. This is the reason why I have a very hard time answering the next question, because it's very multifaceted. I understand that you're more concerned with plants, but plants similar to like Acer rubrum, red maple, you can see them growing in an upland You can also see the growth in a wetland.
So if the study found that the vegetation composition of this particular area did not exceed 50% dominance criterion for hydrophytic vegetation parameters, how would that affect your opinion as to whether this is a wetland?
Okay. If it didn't reach the dominant vegetation characteristic, and it all depends on what is there, then it would not be considered a wetland if it did not reach it. So you have to count the amount of aggregates you have and the amount of fat wetlands you have.
And do you have any reason at this time to believe that a licensed wetland specialist who performed this study did not do those things?
Because they were done in February or January, and the city covered,
I'm sorry.
the vegetation was not able to be seen.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again. Unless that's your answer, do you have a reason to believe that there is some reason why our wetland scientists did not account for that vegetative factor in determining whether it was a wetland?
My reason being is because you weren't able to see them.
And that is your opinion, not knowing what the wetland looked like in February when he viewed it, correct?
Yeah.
You were not there.
I'm sleeping about 2 yards away.
So, with respect to the Pindy study, can you tell us, you're not and have never been licensed in any way to examine optical habitat, correct?
No, I don't know, I am not.
And you'd agree with me that there's a very exclusive group of people, I don't know the number offhand, but you're familiar with those people who are licensed specifically to do that, correct?
It's roughly about 2 dozen.
And have you ever worked with a bog turtle study?
No, I haven't.
So you've never performed a bog turtle
No, I haven't.
study? Okay. Do you have any idea what a bog turtle habitat looks like?
Yeah, traditionally it is inundated wetlands, particularly high in features of grassy habitat.
Would you agree that that wetland has to be somewhat wet throughout the year?
Yes.
So even in February, you believe a bog turtle habitat or a suitable bog turtle habitat would be wet?
Or if it's too cold, it would be frozen.
Would you agree that bog turtle habitats typically have an area of running water?
Maybe, no, I'm going to propose an objection. We had the witness say that he's not licensed to do study and
It's
evaluation.
awfully definitive statements, and that's why I want to get it all on the record. He purported in front of this board and testified as if he was an expert in bog turtle studies, and he needed to.
You want to have a clean record, and I understand that, so I'm not going to sort of, rule on the issue, but what I'm saying is that you have a bog turtle study, it's relevant or not, you have somebody who spoke contrary to some of those conclusions, but now acknowledges that he's not licensed to do it. What you need to put in the record, I understand, will give you some leeway, but I think my view is you really didn't.
Where's your bog turtle expert? He hasn't been here.
I don't have a bog turtle.
No.
If you guys
The lawyer.
want to keep talking, we'll just exit the entire building and come back again another day. Okay? This is like a court of law. Keep your mouth shut or leave. Any questions? Next one in an outburst is out the door. Outburst is out. Enough.
I'm not cutting you off, I'm just saying, how far do you need to go down the road? We have a report, we have questions about the report, but we have that
I need
knowledge.
about 2 more minutes to decide,
Okay.
and then I'll figure it, and I'll let you know, but I'll try to take less, because I understand where you're going.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm not just looking at an email on my phone, I'm looking at the report while I'm doing it. So, yeah. So if anyone's wondering, I'm not checking my text here, so.
No. And in the typical court of law, we'd have had discovery in advance, and Mr. Slowick would have seen reports and vice versa, and this is sort of what we do when we're doing it as a zoning community. And again, Mike, while you compile the thoughts on that again, but one of the conditions, in the 5, is that the proposed special exception shall comply with the township subdivision and land development ordinance. That clearly cannot mean that you need to get your subdivision land development approval before you can get your zoning acknowledgement about whether this is a special exception. So to the extent that the SALDO requires an NPDES permit, stormwater controls, obviously all of that is going to include wetland delineation, if it's special protection, HQ, whatever the protections afforded it to get the NPDES permit. So that's why I'm saying there's a real high level that is going to go down all through detail, but that stuff all needs to be worked through. So I would say, paragraph 5 from the ordinance here, for the conditions for granting a special exception, is an acknowledgement that the condition they have to comply. But they don't have to. My view, legal view, is that 5 doesn't require you to put the cart in front of the horse with having your SALDO approved.
Thanks. Thanks, Jim.
All right, so we have John Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Second call, John Anderson.
I have 4 packets here for the board.
Mr. Anderson, just to keep the record straight, you gave us two exhibits in this packet, right?
Yeah, there's a packet with highlighted excerpts from the comprehensive plan and a sworn affidavit from my neighbor who was a party.
Let's go. Let's figure out what we're going to do with Monaghan. How do you pronounce Thomas's last name?
Monaghan.
Mollan.
Yes.
So we have a notarized statement from Mr. Monaghan. What do you have any?
No.
So then, we'll just say that speaks for itself. We'll take that as
Mr. Mullen's a party, right? Was he on the party list as well?
I didn't recognize the name, but I'm not. He says he's at 113 Hunters Run Road. I didn't think Hunters Run Road was.
Well,
is he your neighbor, you said?
I'm sorry? Yes.
What was your address again, Mr. Anderson?
227 Hunters Run.
You were closer to the project than you do?
No.
Further from the project?
Yes.
We'll take that as, it's public comment. I don't know if it's part or not. But so we'll call that Anderson's Exhibit 1. Okay, sir.
Good. I'd just like to ask a question of the builder's representative. Why did you decide to build townhouses here as opposed to single-family homes on this tract?
Well, I think that townhouses can be, well, on this site specifically, I think in this area, there's a lot of different housing that could work well. That's why you've seen planned towns, plans and similar uses. Towns on this site, we think, are a very good use for the area. There's been a lot of success locally with other townhouse developments, and we kind of wanted to use the proof of that success to build a nice community.
Success in what way?
There's been a lot of, the communities that built and sold those townhomes, built a really nice product, at a nice high price point, and had good absorption from home buyers.
Is that your primary goal, to create a community setting with the townhouses?
Correct.
That's all. And I just wanted to say that we hope that the board will recognize the fact that the request for special exception should be denied pertaining to the criteria in requirement number 2 of Chapter 27, Part 1410 of the zoning ordinance. It states in part that the proposed special exception character and type of development constitutes an appropriate use in the area consistent with the character and type of development in the area surrounding the location for which a request is made, and will not substantially impair, alter, or detract from the use of the surrounding property or from the character of the neighborhood. You don't think that the townhouses fit the character of the neighborhood at all? The surrounding properties and the character of the neighborhood are unmistakably rural. In the description of Honeybrook Township cited many times throughout the comprehensive plan and its appendix. Here are some examples. Starting on page 8 of the comprehensive plan in your packet. Under the heading Future Population and Build-Out Analysis. The Honeybrook plan recommends that new single-family housing be established within our township in the future at a level that is compatible with continued agriculture and limited public infrastructure, meaning water, sewer, and roads. New townhouses, row houses, and garden apartments can better be supported by our borough, and at higher densities due to available public infrastructure and proximity to supporting businesses and other services. And then again in the comprehensive plan on page 10, under planning goals, goal number 2 is to maintain our township's rural character with particular emphasis on agriculture as a viable way of life, and to protect our borough's small town appeal and neighborhood character. Again on page 13, chapter 2, under future land use, under the introduction. Above all, the future land use plan reflects a combined effort by our 2 municipalities to maintain the township as a rural community with an active agricultural industry. And then in the plan appendix D, there were 2 surveys conducted by the township, the Honeybrook Vision Questionnaire and the Honeybrook Township Community Values Survey, which were answered by township residents. And with those questions, with those answers, there were analysis given of the residents' responses. In Appendix D, page 49, when asked about future land use in both the borough and the township, the vast majority of respondents answered that they would prefer for the land to be left open. For the township, this could easily be interpreted as farmland preservation and maintaining the rural character of the area. Page 53 just shows the table of responses to the survey questions. And then again on page 60, the question was asked, why did you originally choose to live in Honeybrook Township? Most residents answered because of the rural lifestyle. And the analysis said that most people who responded chose to live in Honeybrook because of the rural lifestyle. And then question 2, other than a significant change in your employment location, what factors might cause you to leave Honeybrook Township in the future? Number 1 answer was if it becomes crowded or overdeveloped. And the townhouses would contribute to that because of their density. Question number 3 on page 61. Which of the following issues do you believe are most important in planning for the future of Honeybrook? The analysis of the answers to that question said that it is evident that preserving the rural and agricultural way of life, along with the protection of the natural resources, are important planning issues to the residents of Honeybrook. Residents were also sensitive to the increasingly adverse traffic conditions. And then finally, in the 2012 Land Preservation Plan update, in the introduction on page 3, section C, states that everything that guides the Board of Supervisors, including their mission statement and vision, is geared toward preserving the open spaces and rural character of the township. This also includes the desires of the majority of the residents in Honeybrook. To that end, this land preservation plan update is not only consistent with this mission and vision, but along with the comprehensive plan is the actual conduit through which the greatest desires and dreams for the future of the township are put into action. All of these statements and survey responses show how much the residents value the township's open space and view this as a rural area, and how much the plan's authors agree that this is how it should remain. We trust that the board will listen to the residents' voices and the words in the comprehensive plan and deny the request for special exception. That's all.
Leah Atanasio? Leah, Attanaisio? No? Then we have a number of people who signed up to make public comments. So we have Chris Kohler.
I'll pass.
Okay. Next up, Valerie Schultz.
Valerie Schultz, 165 Caitlin Court in Honeybrook.
And we don't need sworn testimony, so just your opinion.
Okay. Yeah, so at the last zoning hearing, you all determined because of my lack of proximity to this proposed development that the impact would not be sufficient enough for me to be granted party status. I beg to differ. I've actually been to 2 funerals for neighbors who have died on that stretch of 322 and lived there for 22 years. I've had to see children without their fathers. That's impactful. Last year, I actually left my job that was located in King of Prussia that required me to still commute down 322 like everyone else. And I had an hour commute that just over the years has gotten worse and worse. I've suffered back and neck problems, just pure exhaustion and stress from the commute. And I knew from even the development that had already been ongoing, I couldn't withstand that anymore. So I now have have a job where I'm lucky enough to work remotely, and that's enabled me to stay in the area. But so many of the people in Honeybrook are working class people. They're nurses, they're mechanics. There are more and more professionals, but there are a lot of people who were essential workers all throughout the pandemic. And they don't get to stay at home like I do. And I will tell you, I know you all in the zoning board are members of this community. So I know you know what the economic diversity is that we have here. But I will tell you, I've sat down with a number of these residents, some of which have the courage to come forward and testify at party status, and it was terrifying for them. I sat and talked with some of the people, some elderly, living alone, have never been comfortable speaking in public. Some have family members who have very concerning illnesses where if they wander outside, they have to be worried about them getting hit by traffic. Some people were intimidated by coming and didn't come and tell you what the impact was going to be to them. I am economically, financially blessed that if I didn't want to live in this, what looks like it's going to be, a potentially overpopulated area, I could afford to move. Many of these people can't. Many of these people are retired. They bought this tract of land from a previous owner, and they wanted to live out the rest of their days enjoying the natural resources of their community, the beautiful properties that they have, and they wanted to feel safe and secure in their homes. Some of the elderly are frightened of the overpopulation, the inability for our state police to respond to their needs. Many of them have already had state police say, we don't have the resources to come and help you. And a lot of people are born and raised in Honeybrook, and like I said, they're the working class poor. They can't afford to move. They're the people that break my heart when you sit there and talk to them, and they're frightened of the impact that this is going to have on their safety, not only of the police being able to respond, but just getting out on the roadway. And then potentially, impacting on their water tables, their wells, their taxes that they're struggling to pay every day, that they're going to go up because the schools aren't going to be able to accommodate the increased capacity. These are all things that are going to impact negatively on our community. And I really hope that all of you think about your neighbors and the people that this is going to impact. It won't impact on me nearly as much as some of the people who can't afford to move out of here. So I hope you think about them. Thank you.
Robert?
That's that you got?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you spell the last name?
Robert Steiginga, Steiginga. All my life over here, somebody stumble over the name, I know his name.
Thanks.
I'll be really quick, because I just have a couple of comments I want to make. This is my fourth meeting here on this issue, and I keep noticing the same things. I want to at least make it known. It's obvious to me, I can point to the map if it helps, that no one who has done any road study here has bothered to measure Cupola Road. It's 21 feet wide where they want to put an entrance. Last week I'm driving, there's a pickup truck, a horse and buggy, and a lady on a scooter. The lady in the scooter went in the ditch because the road wasn't wide enough there. There's no sidewalks, there's no way for a pedestrian to walk. And if you're going to expand that road and make that bigger, you're taking people's property. And you're taking people's property in the flood zone. Right? I've gone and measured it at 4 different spots around that area where the sign is, where the sign for the builder that put there said this is where it's going to be. And it's 21 to 22 feet wide there. And it's usually underwater. The other thing is, I'm hearing a lot of people discussing about whether or not that's a wetland, where the townhomes are going to be. No one in this room can walk 10 feet in there without getting up to their ankles in mud. I don't care what time of the year it is, except maybe in February when the ground is frozen. It's impossible to walk. We've all tried it. A lot of people in this room have tried to see, is this a wetland or not? Yeah. There's nothing but swamp there. And how this is going to work, I have no idea. But I can't imagine how anybody could build anything there and not affect the water table. And I'm not anti-development. I'm part of a 25-year-old development. I was the 5th house in there. I've been here for about 25 years now. I'm just not pro-cluster development in bad spots. This is a bad spot. I'm not talking about where the duplexes are. I've never walked that property. I don't know much about it, other than it's there. But that part there, yeah, I take my grandkids in, we're looking for turtles, we're looking for frogs, we're looking for snakes, and we find them. Now, I've never found a bog turtle, never actually looked for one. But then, you know, that gets me to the bog turtle discussion. I mean, this has come up 4 times. I don't understand why a bog turtle study done on February 15th would have 1 ounce of value to anyone. There's no such thing as a bog turtle roaming around in Pennsylvania in the month of February. They're about 3.5 feet underground, and they're not coming out till almost May. So bring them back in June. Let's see what he finds then. It's February 1. That I don't think it's worth the paper to print on. And the only last thing I want to mention is, into the 40s meetings now, this room has always been full. Not a single person here has offered support of this project. And so I'm hoping that the board is noticing that there's not a single voice that's saying it sounds like a great idea, let's do it. You know, I just can't imagine a worse piece of property to build on than that section where the townhomes are. It's just soaking wet, always has been. And I've been here since 98, 97. It's always wet. It's always mud up to your hips. You can't even walk in there. You can't walk 10 feet in there. So, you know, to pretend it's anything other than a wetland is kind of silly. And all these years has not dried out. That's really all I wanted to say. Just I'm hoping everybody's listening here that not a single person in this room has ever offered an ounce of support to this project. Thanks for your time.
Next, Beverly Carlson. Beverly Carlson.
She's coming. She's had
I'm Beverly Carlson, Karlsson. I live at 2433 Chestnut Tree Road. I'm the 3rd house from the swamp. That's exactly what it is. In fact, if you go back far enough on the map, it was stamped and labeled floodland. It has since changed to single-family residence, to multiple-family residence, to now townhouses. They built behind me Dawn Lane. All of us on the beginning of Chestnut Tree Road, from the stop sign down, have 1 acre of land. And then they built Dawn Lane behind us, and they never put any provision in for all the water coming our way. It runs down my driveway like a creek. In fact, the township had come to me 2 times and said, "You got water all over the road." And I said, "It's not my water, and I don't know where the hell to put it." In fact, the water was so bad 3 years ago, I have a well in my house. Why they ever put a well? When they built my house, they put the well in the basement. And it has a cement iron top. And there was so much water that year, it blew the top of my well off. Right straight up. It cracked it and blew the top of the well off. And I had to have the well guy who put it in many years ago. I found a Mr. Dewar, his name was on the well. I had to have him come and look and tell me how the hell my house wasn't going to float down Chestnut Tree Road. He put a garden hose in it, put it out the window,
put the garden hose down the road for 3 days before he could put a new lid on the well. That's how much water we have. My well is 60 feet. And when it rains, it rains. And when it rains, we get all the water, and it goes all the way down the hill to the gully down there by the swamp. And people get wrecked down there all the time. I have a very, very much concern about water. We have no septic. We have no city water. All of us have a well and a septic, which is always on the brink of maybe failing. The land will not perk, so we can't do anything about that. And the other problem I have is with the traffic. If you want, I'll sit on my porch and count the cars every day. A.J. Walensky, the garbage people, just a couple down the road from me, has 170 garbage trucks. And they run up and down the road from 5 o'clock in the morning till 9 or 10 o'clock at night. That's not counting cars. Just counting 170 garbage trucks that go up and down the road at least 4 times every day. Now, nobody can tell me that they're not going to put 141 houses who have 140 cars that's not going to cause more traffic. Because you're saying there's one way in and the same way out on the Chestnut Tree Road. 141 houses, everyone has a car because there's no public transportation. If you want to go to the grocery store, you have to have a car. A lot of those houses will have 2 cars. And that will add to the problem. I've been at these meetings for a couple of years now. And in one of the older meetings, they had somebody from the traffic people, and she said that they needed a 3rd lane, which takes off my front yard, and his front yard, and one other person's front yard, because it's a turning lane. And they need a red light. And that was supposed to be shared with NAPMIL. And NAPMIL said, we don't have $300,000. That was several years ago. That is a direct highway to Morgantown. And it's a cutoff for a lot of cars. When I go across the road to get to my mailbox, I'll tell you to take my life in my hands. The traffic is tremendous, and there's a serious water problem. And I don't think putting that many people down there in the swamp is going to do any good. And if you build houses down there, in less than 10 years, you won't have a house left down there anyhow. That's what I have to say.
I think the next is, do we have a Glenn, Nap, or Naps? Glenn? Okay. Could you just spell your name for the record? I had trouble making it out.
My last name's Krepps, K-R-E-P-P-S.
All right, I apologize. And the first name's Glenn?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
I live at 117 Erica Circle in Valley View, right across from where you guys are going to build. I have a problem with the traffic. Just getting out on the road is a nightmare. It is crazy. With the school buses coming in and going out, it is insane getting out on the road. What are you guys going to do when you put all those homes in there with the emergency services?
This is a public comment, so that's allowed. You're allowed to ask rhetorical questions, but don't wait on an answer.
Oh, we can't ask.
But again, you make a point about emergency services is a concern of yours, board hears that. You can keep going.
Okay. For anyone, the hospital just closed. So what are we going to do when it takes half an hour for an ambulance to arrive to the house. And what about the fire company? They don't even have a ladder truck to reach the top of the house. How tall is your townhomes gonna be? Are you guys gonna build, are you guys gonna buy a ladder truck for the fire company? Every time my mom needs an ambulance, it takes a half an hour for them to come. They're never here in Honeybrook. They're always coming from Morgantown. They're never here stationed in Honeybrook. That's all I gotta say.
Next is Jason Williams.
Thanks for letting me speak. Again, my name is Jason Williams. I live at 3561 Horseshoe Pike. I myself will be losing 5 feet of my front yard within the next few months because the state is taking away to widen Route 322. I know that doesn't relate to this particular project, but I did recently decide to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm a newly joined member of the Honeybrook Fire Company. I'm a newly joined member of the Honeybrook Fire Company, and they are the first responders to all of these accidents and all of this, but as a result of all this traffic that we've had in this area recently. 322, I've only, in the 8 years I've been here, I've seen the traffic just get worse and worse. And the Honeybrook Fire Company is overstretched as it is. Now, I spoke to, he wasn't able to make it, but I spoke to Bill Ford, who was head of the fire police, he says they don't have enough men to handle the volume they have now. If you put in these new homes, they're not going to be able to handle, either the fire police or the rest of the fire company is going to be able to handle the traffic that's going to be there. And we know that the people who are going to be moving in there aren't going to be the kind of people who join the fire company. I've spoken on the phone to our township manager, Warden Novensky, and he's told me that he's gotten calls from people who have moved into some of the developments that have just recently been built to tell him to tell the Amish farmers in the neighboring field to stop fertilizing their fields because it smells. We've had people call up the township here and ask, maybe you've heard about this, where they demand, when are they going to wash the horse manure off the roads? Which apparently the answer has been when it rains. Without getting too much of a character, we're going to have yoga-panded Karens coming here who 18 months ago were abolished the police and mostly peaceful protests, and now they're fleeing the mess they created in the city or in Norristown, and they're coming out here, and they look down on all of us, even if you've only been here 8 years like I have, as a bunch of country bumpkins. And I came out here to raise my family. I love it out here. I raise chickens or plant vegetables in the garden. I love the schools we have here. We didn't come out here to recreate what we fled from, but I think all of us know that the influx of the development that we're coming in here, that's what we have coming at us. We have people who want the Amish not to fertilize their fields and will try to be a bunch of busybodies dictating to the rest of us what we do, and they're not going to join the fire company or be with any of the local civic life. When I came out here, I got tired of running a race with bad neighborhoods in the city, and I don't want to move again here either. So I know a lot of people here have lived here all your life, but I'm with you on this, and this time I'm taking a stand. That's all I've got to say.
Elizabeth Drummond.
It's actually Dumond, D-U-M-O-N-D, Elizabeth. I live at 275 Caitlin Court. At the last meeting, it was mentioned that the traffic study was done in 2020. That was during the pandemic, when there was the absolute minimum amount of cars on the road. The engineer mentioned that he does not believe there will be any undue congestion to traffic and that townhouses would create less traffic than houses. With additional homes and then 141 townhomes, I find it hard to believe that this will not significantly add to the traffic as we were told. The 2020 traffic study cannot be accurate and should be replaced with a more recent study. It was mentioned at the last meeting that another traffic study will be conducted, but will not be done until the land development phase. And to me, this sounds like that's too late. The traffic engineer mentioned that they could add lanes for traffic if needed. I do not see how this can be done on any of the affected roads, 322, Chestnut Tree, or Cupola. It appears as though this traffic engineer is paid by D.R. Horton, as he is their traffic engineer. It would make sense for a traffic study to be done by an impartial third party, paid for by the applicant, with no interest in this case or on the payroll of the builder, to get a fair opinion. According to the National Natural Resources Conservation Services, bog turtles are active April through October. If the survey was done on February 15th, he clearly did not find any bog turtles. I think we covered that. This survey should also be done by an impartial third party, also paid for by the applicant, to ensure accuracy. I'm not against development in our township. That's where we are these days. However, the mission of our township should not be changed or compromised because a developer wants to squeeze as many units into one space to make the biggest profit they can and then leave town. The residents do not want our township to be turned into Exton. I grew up in East Goshen Township, and there is not 1 square inch to build there. It is like Delaware County. We all moved out here or grew up here to be out in the country. I ask the zoning board to do what is right for the township and not be swayed by developers that do not have a true interest in our township. Honeybrook is one of the last remaining gems in Chester County, and we should work to keep it that way.
We have Susan Jones. Susan Jones. Ms. Jones sent an email to me before, sent it on April 11th, that she wasn't able to attend that night, and had a letter and some photographs. So I think the board will take as a comment the email from Susan Jones dated Monday, April 11th, 2022. It has some handwritten notes regarding her concerns, and then had a photograph of a tree and so forth. So, no, we went through the list of everybody that we had who indicated that they wanted to make a public comment. Do we have anybody else who would like to make a public comment? And if so, what we'll do is we have a sign-in sheet up here. We can have folks print their name. That's going to help with preparing minutes. So do we have anybody else? Okay. All right, maybe what we'll do is form a line, sign the sheet. We'd like to get this wrapped up tonight. Okay, so then we'll take a 5-minute break while folks come up and sign the sheet.
Text everybody on our web pages. I'm not
Well, not me.
You know what? I also want to see a bunch of
No,
from somebody, where are the birds coming from? And I was like, oh.
Most of the birds that have gone are my pipelines down there.
It's on YouTube right now, and you can. The recorded version will be on tomorrow as well. So, but it's live streamed right now. It's Honeybrook Fresh Air, all one word on YouTube, and then you just sort of muddle through all this stuff because there's a whole lot of stuff up there. It's called OBS. Okay. It's open broadcast software. It's great.
Okay, folks, we got 8 more people who'd like to make a comment. I'm going to try to make my comment brief to try to help everybody keep their comments brief. You know, we've heard concerns about traffic, wetlands, water resources, and the like. So if somebody, you know, if you have the same kind of comment, it doesn't need to be. And my experience about the wetland was, and so that we can get through them. And the board is of a mind that they might be able to make a decision tonight yet. So if they were saying maybe if we can get done in a half hour with these other 8 folks, that maybe by 10:30 they can make a decision. Otherwise, we're going to have to announce a date for when the decision will be rendered. If we conclude the hearing tonight, there will be a written decision required within 45 days. So we have, looks like Lindsay Slowick. So you're first up, man.
your mic, please.
I can just speak up, is that better? There we go. When people, like, if we're like explaining where to go to our house, like usually when people, when we're explaining Chestnut Tree Road, they're like, oh, you're the house with the pond is usually what we get. So if I can I just show you a quick picture of like our view in our pond? It would just mean a lot to me to be able to do that.
You just sort of walk past the board members and, yeah.
Yep, just gonna, I'll trust me, I'm trying to keep this brief, okay? This is our pond and our view, okay? Where they're proposing to put the townhomes, all that would be gone. Where we sit on our dock and look out, instead of these trees, we'd be looking at the townhomes, okay? We love to take a fall picture every year in front of the pond with, now we have the 2 girls. So it's like our little tradition to do that. So, I think you can just appreciate the view that we have, and we would just be very sad if we were looking at a bunch of things there. I don't think I need to like reiterate what everyone's been driving home, which is just the royal feel that we have here. And obviously, like, this would directly affect us, so there's that little bit of a selfishness there. But we enjoy this kind of lifestyle, so, like I said, we're not completely against developments, but I think as other people have said, it's this type of development, that condensed living, that would be against. I am a nurse, I do work for Chester County Hospital, and I can tell you, we have monthly meetings, town hall meetings for the hospital, and there is big concerns right now in Chester County with Brandywine and Jennersville closing, all right? There is an immense pressure on the hospital right now, okay? And unfortunately, people in this area, either depending on where you live, you're having to travel great distances now for health care. And if you need to use Chester County CR, you're waiting a lot longer than normal. The mental health that's now lacking because of Brandywine closing, I'm not sure if everyone's aware, but they have like an eating disorder unit, they have, they have all the mental health resources for our community that very sadly is lost with Brandywine closing. Now, I will tell you, Chester County is trying very hard to put resources in the community, but that's not going to happen right away. That's going to be a big process for that to happen. So it's just, like I said, a lot of undue burden with putting very large condensed living. And like I said, as everyone keeps pointing out the mission statement, it just detracts. And honestly, that's just my personal opinion. I know you kind of have heard that from everybody else. And like I said, I think I kind of like, I was coming to these meetings, I see how stressful this is, like, on you guys up there. I don't envy any of you having to be the ones to make this decision one way or another. But a lot of times, like, I can see the stress in everyone here, and it's like an onion. If you just kind of peel those layers back, you get to like the deeper feeling there. And I think it's just the community has voiced their concern that they don't care for this type of condensed living. And like I said, people are just fearful that their voices are not being heard. And that, as some people said, it's going to just kind of fall on deaf ears. And that we're going to lose what is special about Honeybrook, which is, like I said, the tranquil, rural way of life. That's lost as more of this type of building is going in. And it makes, like, younger people like us who do love that type of living, we didn't choose to live in Exeter and the surrounding areas because we wanted what Honeybrook had. And it's just sad to see that going away. Basically what I think right now. Thank you.
Doug Eversmeyer?
Good evening. My name's Doug Eversmeyer. I resided in Honeybrook Township. E-V-E-R-S as in Samuel, M as in Michael, E as in Edward, Y as in Yankee, E as in Edward, R as in Robert. I was a former zoning chairman in this township back in early 2000s. I served for 4 years. I've seen this township develop. I've been in the township for 40 years. I resided here almost my entire life now. I've witnessed Chestnut Tree Road with the icing because of the underground stream. PennDOT, if you check with PennDOT, how many millions of dollars they've spent on repairing that road due to the high water table. I'm also a structural civil engineer through the military, so I'm familiar with the different aspects of building all the phases. And I've watched this township develop over the years. The area there, I used to hunt there years ago, probably 40 years ago, and it's very wet. And to propose this type of development, cluster housing, the amount of water, et cetera, which has been brought up. But not only that, we're told 81 vehicles, but if you do the math, it equates out to almost 790 vehicles based on 2 people. And with the homes and the schools, that equates to also 790 children going to the schools, which thus costs 15 to 16 additional buses to transport these children to school. Then on top of that, you have the cost is going to prevailing wages to build additions on the schools and the funding. All our taxes are going to go up. And I watched the township multiple phases on Chestnut Bridge. When that was approved, the roadway was supposed to have a shoulder on that roadway. But Lines and Hall has been waived after it was on the plans. They don't have to put in the roadway for a turning lane to go into Chestnut Bridge. Why? It was on the plans, and I see it in multiple developments that have gone on in Honeybrook. What's on the plans and what is actually taken into heart does not exist. Or is paid off, or some ways deleted, and yet they get their money in their escrow released, and there's issues. They have a catch basin at Chestnut Bridge that doesn't have an aerator or a fountain, and it's a mosquito breeding ground. During the winter when it flooded, it blew the piping out from that area, and the houses where most of these residents live, the water was flowing over the street 12 inches, and that wasn't even a 100-year rain, and that's not a serious wetland area. So I would ask, as being a former board member, what our oath to this township is to remain rural. If they want to put houses in, let them do a development with 1-acre tracts, or disperse them out to look like a rural area, not a town or a city within a rural area. I mean, we've had these laws adopted, and I helped write the laws back in the early 2000s and the regulations for the township and the zoning. And they were put in place for a reason, not to be altered, not to be deviated from. But you guys need to take the job. You're on the zoning hearing committee. Listen to the people, and please do what's right for your fellow citizens and residents of the township. The taxes are going up. Our pay doesn't just go up as fast as all our taxes and our expenses do. So just please listen to the people and look into the real scenario of this, because the traffic guy comes up with 81 people or 81 cars. In actuality, it's 700 cars for those residents, because everybody has 2 cars. Not one person has 1 car. And not only one person, most people, both family members, work outside their home. So you take that by the 791 vehicles, not 81. That's all I had to say. Please take it into consideration.
Is it Maya Ray?
Say your name, ma'am.
First name is M-A-I-J-A, last name R-A-Y, 330 Greason Road. And I received a letter from the zoning board because my property is adjacent to the proposed townhomes on the entire northern border of my property. I have water table concerns. There are a lot of springs in that area that feed our 5-acre pond, which is full of, great habitat for wildlife. I have concerns if that pond should dry up for some reason, or from the springs drying up. So that's a major concern. Of course, the traffic also concerns me, especially with the Amish buggies moving more and more into the eastern part of Honeybrook Township.
I guess also, the traffic, of course, everybody's already addressed. I'm worried, as I said, about the wildlife, which there's a lot of back there. And then just worried about the changing face of Honeybrook Township. Look at Exton and even Guthrie now. So,
Samuel Fisher. F-I-S-H-E-R. Last name's Fisher, F-I-S-H-E-R. Thank you.
I lived in the Honeybrook Borough, but I had lived in the township for a number of years. And I actually had served a number of years ago on the affordable housing, and we had looked into a whole bunch of things. And I'm just kind of curious if the developer's going to do any of that also. After the last meeting, the following day, I went over on Bryson Road. They have 2 retention ponds you can see from the road, and took pictures. They were within 2 feet of the top from running over. And we hadn't had a whole lot of rain. That water sits there and just does not go away. The last thing, the fire company is a big concern. I live in the borough. They still have the old thing where they put the sirens on every time there's a call. On Sunday, it went 4 times. So they stopped calling. That means they've got the equipment sitting there, and they don't have the guys to go out to respond. 4 times they rang till, I guess they had enough people. The other thing with townhouses, and I've been in construction all my life, people call it a firewall, they think that stops the fire. That just slows the fire up. It doesn't spread as fast between units. It can travel 99% of the time over the roof and into the next one. Honeybrook is short, Twin Valley Fire Company in Morgantown is short, Guthrie'ville is not, they're not fully staffed, but you a lot of times have guys around there. Going east, Blue Ball is all volunteer. Going south, Martin's Corner isn't there, so the next one would be White Horse. And I remember when Kearns burned off the hardware store there, the amount of fire companies that came in, there was like 15 different fire companies they had to bring in to fight that fire. And the last thing, as far as a development supporting local business, it doesn't happen. Majority of the people that are going to move in there, they're going to go to Walmart because it's going to be cheaper. They're not going in town. Same way with the hardware. They're not going to Honeybrook Hardware, they're going to Lowe's. So this thing of thinking, well, people move in, they're going to support these local businesses, 99% of the time they don't because they don't have the money, and I understand that. But the young people starting out, and so it's not going to be a benefit. I know a couple of guys sit on the board, and I believe will do the best.
Karen, Custer Force, and you had time. This one's going to be brief, right?
D.R. Horton, when you guys, I'm saying that as a question, but I mean as a statement. When you're looking for property to develop, do you not notice that it has wetlands, drainage, all this, problems associated with developing, okay? Did anybody get a permit with the EPA, for the EPA to actually go out there, dig for the soil, to look for the bob turtles, to actually speak for us, instead of just for you and your company? What makes me nervous with the gas line, I don't really care. I'm not quite ready to go to heaven yet, okay? I'd like to be around to see my grandkids not be exploded because the developers hit part of a gas line, okay? And, why, I lived here all my life, 53 years. I've seen everything built up, like I said before. I don't begrudge anybody progress, but there's a time to stop the progress and time to look at the environment. You can see climate change is already happening, the weather and all that kind of stuff. And as for D.R. Horton, I don't know why you guys are coming out east. Is it because you guys are getting multiple lawsuits for your shoddy development?
That's enough now. No. Look, that's enough.
I have a right to say that, though.
Looks like Mike Hoffman.
Janice Hoffman?
I'll go with Janice. The pen gave out. Okay. Hoffman, Janice.
I live at 1455 Chestnut Tree Road, at the corner of Cupola Road and Creek Road and Chestnut Tree Road, where all the traffic and all the work flows. And everything, all my concerns have been addressed. But my only question, is I know no one can answer it, is what is the benefit to the township of this development and sacrificing our wildlife, our wetlands, our woodlands, the extra traffic, the infrastructure, the wastewater treatment? What is the benefit to the township? Thank you.
William Ray. That's not sure.
Another Ray.
Okay.
W-R-A-Y.
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 Thank you.
Thanks for listening to us all. I can't say anything that hasn't been said already. I think it's pretty clear. We don't want this as residents. We don't want the traffic. We don't want the taxes. We don't want the problems with the water. We don't want the burden on the firehouse. We certainly don't want indoctrination of our children in our schools. We like it the way it is. That's why we're here. And I just hope the board can take that all into consideration as you make a decision. Thank you.
Looks like Renee Regan. Renee, you presented as a party, so.
But I didn't, remember I just presented as party, so I just want to, so I want to give you the most recent updated Pennsylvania State Police traffic information. They did update their website, and so I have a copy for each one of you. Previously, I had only given you up to December, and so they updated it.
Regan Exhibit 2. Your whole first packet I referred to as previous ones.
I'll give you my copy. Is that more fine? Here, there you go. You're welcome. And this is West Brandywine Township, and that's because it is the corner of Chestnut Tree and 322 on the opposite side.
Oh, that's Regan 3.
There you go. So traffic is a concern, and obviously it's something I presented to you. It takes the state troopers 22 minutes to get to my house. I was burglarized on September 5th, 2019. Officer Price came out, claimed it as burglary. On September 13th at 5:44 p.m. at 165 Reeder Road, which is a block and a half from me. My husband and I were traveling down the road in our car. We saw the suspect. We pulled him over. My husband got out of the car, and I called Embryville State Police. They told me at 5:45 p.m. on September 13, 2019, they were unable to help us to get back in the car. My husband proceeded at that point to regain what was taken from us and get the information of the man. That information, then he went to court, and he was guilty. And I feel very adamant about the fact that we don't have the safety that this community needs currently. So to add more 141 townhouses without that consideration, and to not look at what has happened in the last 2 years of traffic as a traffic study, even during COVID when we were asked to shelter at home, I think it's important to really look at that. I also do want to say, in regards to the rural area, my house and my development is right here, and a lot of these landowners have not yet spoken, but we're one of the original developments, Chestnut Village, and it was required of us to have 2 to 4 acres in this area. We also had the farm here of 43 acres. This property is not what exists in its surroundings. It's not like it in any way. And I'm not against development, but why would the requirements be back when it was changed to a spec acre? Why would we jump to townhouses? And so I have just, if you want to look at our original development from 1973 and what it looks like. Also, I just want to make mention that because we are looking at Chestnut Ridge and it has 128 houses on the other side of Hunter's Run development, there is 16 basins for stormwater. The proposed 141 townhouses only has on this parcel the 2, and as you've heard already, Grease and Reader is covered with water, and stormwater-free basin is constantly overflowing. I just would like the board to take all those things into account. Thank you, and God bless you.
So you have two more things to do. One, if the applicant wants to engage any redirect of their witnesses relative to any cross-exam that was offered, we're not going to go back and forth. We're going to allow one redirect for any of those points, and then we're going to run through all of the exhibits that have been introduced, and then the board will make a decision about whether to admit them. So those are the 2 things we need to conclude yet tonight.
Can I have 30 seconds with my...
Sure.
Thanks. You guys, Eric, do that. I have a couple of questions for Dan and a question or 2 for Eric, and then I can wrap up. So Dan, I can't recall, and I do recall, I'm sorry. Gosh, I want to say, was it Mr. Highland? No, what's his name? Sorry, we heard some discussion today about Mr. Hyden. Sorry, Mr. Hyden questioned you about the plan that was submitted with the ZHB application, and then the one that you testified about during the hearing process and was submitted as an exhibit in different forms, one being A4, the other being A11. So tell us about the plan that was submitted and what that plan was based on, and tell us about the plan that is admitted into evidence and what that is based on, and your opinion on their accuracy.
Okay. So I'll step up. The plan that he was referencing.
And when you say he was referencing, you mean the plan submitted with the application?
Yes, right here. There are some lot area calculations done on here. This is referencing a plan prepared by others. There's some numbers here based on gross lot area, then it really only nets out right of way for Chestnut Tree Road, the pipeline easement, and then what it calls floodplain, to arrive at a net lot area calculation. My firm, Howell Klein Surveying, D.L. Howell, we updated that net lot calculation, and that's what we've been discussing, that's what's shown on this plan. That net lot calculation takes into all the requirements in the ordinance, existing road right-of-way, utility easements, water, wastewater easements, prohibitive slopes, flood hazards, a longer list, more specific. And I have a high level of confidence in this plan as opposed to the prior that referenced material value.
Second, we heard a lot of testimony about flooding along roadways. Can you just tell us generally, remind everyone in the board in particular about stormwater management control and how that is done in the site and what the net result potentially is?
So we'd be bound by ordinance and state code, right? That we would be reducing peak rate of runoff, reducing stormwater volume in the post-development condition. So there's mitigation that's done as part of the development that should either match or improve the conditions post-development. That's the intent of our design, those are the criteria that we will hit. That's the way we obtain our permits to get construction underway, so no doubt that'll happen.
Okay, I don't have any further questions for Jane. So I have a question for Eric, and you can see that. Thanks. So, Eric, sorry, it's Ms. Creedon, right? Creedon? Sandra? Ms. Creedon has submitted throughout 2 hearings now, documents contain crash data, which she's printed from various websites, state police website. Can you give us your opinion on that data and tell us whether it changes your overall conclusions with respect to the town?
Certainly. I was able to review the packets that were provided at the last hearing. It appears that the information contained therein for both Honeybrook and West Springwater Township are township-wide data. And when we look at crash data, we look at specific locations, intersections, and where there's a concentration of crashes. We typically do that during the PennDOT process and the land development process, but we did it in advance of the hearing, and we look at the adjacent intersections along the site frontage to get more specific data with regard to those crashes. So the information that was provided is what would be provided to PennDOT, who then curates the data provided by the state police to develop their reports of reportable crashes, and that's how the safety is evaluated on the roadway. So in summary, it doesn't change the conclusions of my previous testimony.
That's all I have. Yes, Ross.
Now, the last thing we're going to address is the exhibits, and this is going to go smooth. Board exhibits 1 to 6 have previously been appended in the record. Tonight we had an additional sign-in sheet, so that's going to get appended onto exhibit 6. The applicant has identified exhibits 1 through 17. One of those, I think, was like a 13A and B. I would recommend that the board admit those exhibits into evidence. Is there any question about that? All right. Then we're going to take exhibits, the applicant's exhibits 1 to 17 and present them. Renee Cregan introduced 3 exhibits with information that was compiled from the PSP and submitted to the township by the PSP, as I think I understand it. Again, I recommend that the board admit those that information for what it's worth for consideration. I guess I'll give an opportunity to make any objection, on the record, but the document is what it is, and that's what we have asked. Any question about it? So then Cregan exhibits 1 through 3 are in. Karen Cusper Force had petition information, introduces exhibit 1. She provided testimony about how that petition was prepared. I would recommend the admission of this exhibit if you have any questions about those. So then we'll admit Karen Buckhorse's Exhibit 1. It was Ms. McCormick prepared a sworn statement. She was recognized as a party, so we'll take that as McCormick 1. Anderson presented an Exhibit 2, which was portions. Exhibit 1 we're taking as a public comment. It was by a non-party, a sworn statement. Before we can review it, and what we will about it as a public comment. But Anderson 2, again, portions of the zoning ordinance of the comprehensive plan. I would recommend admitting that into evidence. If you have any question, so then we'll admit McCormick Anderson Exhibit 2. Mr. Slowick introduced Exhibits 1 through 8. Again, I would recommend admitting those exhibits. Mr. have any questions about them? So we'll admit them. And I guess what we'll do, Mike, is I'm done. If you want to interpose any objection on the record about any of that, I don't want to prevent you the opportunity, but my recommendations will give what they will to those.
No, I don't. Thanks.
Okay. So with that, I think we'll close the hearing. The board can deliberate. If the board makes a decision tonight, they'll announce that decision. If they can't reach a decision tonight, then we're going to announce when that decision will be announced. And written decision, findings of fact, conclusion of law, has to be prepared within 45 days of tonight's the close of the hearing. So we'll do that. So, because you folks can obviously, hang around, but you need to keep it down enough that the board members can deliberate and, not be competing for making that decision. But again, that's not trying to put you out. That's just saying you can't have 25 loud conversations. So I think that's it. All right, we're going to deliberate.
I didn't say
No, you're good.
And then said, I didn't hear that.
kids, so that's the same way with down there in Orlando. Like rats in a cage, and all they do is shoot. Yeah, hey, give them a gun. They'll have some bullets. Out where I am in Georgia, they have all these sheriffs. Everybody carries and everything. We went to a store. One day we were there talking to the girl. Smaller than Jim Jim's cat. Smaller than that. This girl could have, she had a 357 on her side. I said, the way this is her. But everybody's got to go. Yeah, oh yeah, in our area. It's so different. Here, they're so friendly and everything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we take the horses down there and have a great time. Our neighbors right there. There's chicken, a lot of chicken. I said to your wife, come buy something that we can here. I want something. Right beside it, 11.5 all fenced in, and have a little sign on that big for sale. So we called him, it's an old couple. Parents had that and everything. We stood there and talked, he gave me a price. Stood there, I said, yeah, we'll pay. We have 32 acres. The neighbor, he was president. This is the highest guy in sprinting. And his wife, Connie, down there, Franklin, religious guy. She was in the county and the head of Franklin. He said, what do you have to do with your yard? You know, and I was small. I said, well, I got to get some land. He mows my yard. Yeah, my dog's there, and we sit up here, packages and stuff, and it won't take much. Let them have a race, go right down the road and bail. I said, I just one round bail. You okay. I said, hell, all I got to do is go Then you come back to this stuff. Hey, my taxes last year. Now I had all this 11.5 acres and 75 houses. My house, little house, 20 acres. I come back here, my taxes is 3 acres and 5,000. I used to go down there. They don't have room at home. I think it holds 100. Now they're going to pull cattle board. They have different groups down there. They're more. Every once in a while you'll see a real nice horse like that. Most of them are just. My daughter down there. I'll give you a picture. Everybody was stopping looking at this. I got if my wife and I said we were going that was a kitchen. That was a kitchen sink. The rest of it, when I walked in, I said, "Yeah, we did my wife translation." And we did. We go to the whole house. They found out. We took our camera down, left it down there. We stayed in the yeah, it's one of the farms. They bought a 76 acre farm down there and have
Now it's back on again.
Over down the yeah. I always look like it does to these hillbillies. All and stuff down. There's 11 and a half acres. And then over here, there's 20 acres. And there's the pond right there. The guy said it cost me $14,000 for a fence. Because I gave a little more of what I could have. The wife was having a we pulled in here with the horses. The old gate, close the gate, go to bed. Now they got everything. Franklin's house, it's never been on Route 85. Come out of South Carolina, 85. Yes, we're to Georgia. Hardwell Lake is there. That's it. 65. As soon as I went to Georgia for the second accident, I think that's down the line. It's 85 and change 90. Well, where is this Bannock We're up in I get down 81 to 77. And the short, not 82. And I go on to 85 to I used to be up by 2 acres. We can do that. Then we threw the other. Savvy, the granddaughter wrote it. He said everybody. Oh, we should see some. Like around here, they always have fence. You have to be back. Just BBC. Yeah. BBC. $60. Yes. Because it used to be 90. It was 90. It used to be $18 price. Not now. The snow's going. But you know what? That's great. That's my brother. Yeah, well, I didn't have a family over there. Thank God it doesn't matter. I grew up as one day, back when I was 10, 12, we used to get out and the fire flew out like I never seen them after that. I just wish I had my AR-15 man. I really gave them something. Well, and one place newspaper here, you know, that little, where we jump for horses. So they were in there raising hell and everything. I went after for it. I said, come on, get out of here. Give us some. Man, there was people flying everything, but they left.
Last year. It was under, it was brought up, yeah, that right where the stream, water comes down from that wetland. So wetland is actually the head water. That lake is mapped out, 3 kilometers, and the other stream that runs through these grading lines in Delaware. So I even mapped it out, actually, I didn't think it was going to really different, but anyways, there's a couple other things that were influenced. I thought you was. You could walk down to the pipeline that's opening Liquid Cab, right there, right now. They mitigated, they did a good job. Yeah, they normally, you don't want to get it. It's not one. It's supposed to
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, not to
I've been having a really bad day. You don't worry now. No, it's you should be. Why aren't you just main squeeze there doing the ride. I'll take your. That's what I was looking for. Well, that means you have the opportunity to film on. And I end up you did, yeah. I did take 2 minutes to bring it. Take it easy. What happened first? Oh, these are good.
See how far you're at. I'm going to tell him.
That would be a hoot. It could be another house. Who knows? What's that? I didn't get up that far. Oh, better get going.
They come to a decision. Text Kurt.
I will do. I already have 2 text requests already.
You can text Kurt and we'll check his phone.
Okay.
Thanks.
It don't matter to me, because I ain't got to do the work. Yeah. Oh, Susan Gill, I run into her every now and then.
Do you?
Request. Well, she was the last time, right?
And you go back.
You guys got take a walk out there. And then
The board has concluded they need more time. So the board's going to announce a decision on May 9th here at 7:30. May 9th, we're not going to have any, we're not going to take any additional testimony or records. We're just going to announce the decision. So folks can come if they want, but again, we're not having a discussion. It's for the board to deliberate, and the MPC requires that we issue a written decision within 45 days of tonight and announce a date for decision, so we just do that. May 9th, 7:30. Thanks for everybody's input and patience.
Thank you.
Thank you. Remember our mission when you make your decision.
Oh, could you do me a favor? Could you lock that again? If you can get to it.
I didn't know what you were trying to tell me. Initially, I'm like,
Yeah, no, the birds, like, it has something to do with the sharpness of their tweeting.
Yeah.
It goes right through these microphones. It's like they're walking up to the microphone going, tweet.
Oh, you want
Yeah, let them ponder over.
Auto fold? Does that auto fold?
Will you be here for the decision night and film that on
May 9th.
May 9th?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
Yes, I will try to be here and I'll have it.
Oh, okay.
Because apparently there's some interest.
Yeah, you said. Thank you.
Yep.